Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Oh, man. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm supposed to make more noise than that. Dang, it took my fire away. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the November 10th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order that is taking place now at this wonderful school, Evanston Academy. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce our students.
I am excited to introduce to everyone the students from Winton Hills Academy, where their principal is Ben Fulton. They will be leading us in our Pledge of Allegiance today. If we have the flag.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and where's the flag at? We're looking for the flag.
Look at the screen.
So we're gonna just imagine that there's a flag there.
It's in your heart.
Class, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Treasurer Augustine, would you call the attendance roll, please?
Certainly. Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Crossett? Here. Mr. Lindy? Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Here.
Vice President Bolton?
Present.
President Moffett?
Here. Vice President Bolton, please explain the virtual hearing of the public. I don't know if we had any. We didn't have any in person. Do we have any hearing of the public virtually, Rob? Oh, yes. Okay.
Okay. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public this evening may do so by clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your requests for 5 minutes. If you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve the November 10th business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Treasurer Augustine, can you call the voting roll?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. Tonight's agenda is approved as posted. Do board members have any acknowledgements or announcements? Board Member Craig.
So first, I want to thank the wonderful folks here who allowed us to be here today. But I also wanted to highlight a couple of things. First, I got the chance to attend last week's Withrow game, and they did a phenomenal job against Piqua. Unfortunately, didn't quite win this past weekend, but it was a tremendous game. There's a lot of fans out there. And then this week I got to go to Taft's game where they held it down against Clinton Massey. It was a great game. They move on to hit up a little rivalry return, kind of a revisit game from last year. And then I also want to give a kudos to the folks with the Clark Foundation, the alumni group. I went to the Clark After Dark the other day, and it was a tremendous amount of money that's raised to support the students at Clark. It's a great event, wonderful turnout. They raised upward of, I think it was over $11,000 at the event, and they're still raising money. So if folks want to donate to Clark to help the students, feel free to. But it was a really great event that they have each year, and this year is actually at Clark, so it was kind of even better to be back at the campus.
Great, great. So wait, we didn't clap them up. Let's clap it up. Anyone else? Board Member Mapp.
Yes, I want to thank Principal Tudor for, one, allowing us to be present today, but also for allowing members of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Omicron chapter, and alum of the Omicron chapter, which Board Member Weinberg, as well as myself, as well as Principal Tudor, are a part of. And so we had the opportunity during UC's homecoming to support Evanston 7th and 8th grade girls. And so we had an awesome time with just connecting with them. We also had a service project where we donated over 500 hygiene products, book bags, as well as over 100 books to the girls, and they were able to see the young ladies of the chapter stroll. And also, we had a panel discussion just talking about the positives and some of the experiences of being a 7th and 8th grade. And so I'd just like to thank Principal Tudor for allowing us to be present.
And I wanted to share this photo that was sent to me by Mr. Stanley in appreciation to the community for passing our levy. So thank you so much to the students at Cheviot and to Mr. Stanley for taking this picture. Did I have another one, Rob? And I went to Rothenberg and for their Pancakes with Parents event. There were 2 gymnasiums full of parents that were having pancakes. They got shirts. I'm gonna have to request a shirt, but if you guys could have seen the amount of dads in the building, it was phenomenal. And the food was great. It was catered, well, it was provided by Brunch Deluxe. Mr. McMillan was there, and their resource coordinator. They have an agency. It's escaping me at the moment, but that is very instrumental, and I apologize. Imani, it wasn't Imani, it was another one. It was another one, but it was, Imani is an agency that was there, but there was another agency that partners with them too. But Imani, thank you too. They came in, they said they always support the school and the students, and they were serving, and it was really, really phenomenal. So thank you for inviting me. Every board member was invited. I think I was the one that got captured in, and it was a good breakfast. Is that the last one that I had, Rob? And then I was joined by my colleagues, Board Member Mapp and I, along with Dr. Smith, went to Art in the Courtroom. And Board Member Mapp, you can share, but some of our students were in a competition with Congressman Landsman's office, and they had their artwork. These were the second runner-ups that had their artwork actually in Judge Silverstein's courtroom. The winner is at the courthouse in Columbus, and she's a Walnut Hill student. But these are students, I think Euler was there, what was another school, do you remember? Performing Arts, and Euler was there. And the celebration was it started at 3 o'clock, so some of the students couldn't make it, but I tried to take pictures of their artwork, and that's one family at the bottom and the left that was there. And so they're thinking about making this a normal thing where students compete to have their artwork in the court. Well, they compete for the State House, but then what doesn't make it to the State House makes it into a courtroom, and they're super excited to put all of the art from Cincinnati students around in the courtroom. So thank you to Judge Silverstein. Did you want to say anything else? Okay, that was good. Well, we'll clap them up. And then the last thing I want to do is thank some students who were very instrumental. I just lost it on my screen. They earned community service hours with me. There were other students there, but these are the ones that earned community service hours with me. They were from Aiken.
Swoop.
And they were Zion Smith in the 11th grade, Ava Lewis in the 11th grade, Daylana Massey, and Brooklyn Williams. They stood out and earned community service hours in the cold for lunch this past election cycle. So I want to make sure that students know you can earn community service hours doing volunteer and community service stuff, and they did that. So thank you to them and the Aiken swoopsters for all their time. There were some Schroeder students there. There was some Walnut Hill students there as well.
Just reminded me, I forgot, you and I both attended the student leadership event that the Walnut students did. So we gave kind of the entry conversation to it. It was actually student-driven, student-led, and really focused on building up their leadership skills. It was kind of cool to see all of the different student groups represented and having a discussion about what leadership means to them and how they can be leaders in the future. So it was kind of a fun activity, even though it was at 8 a.m. on the night after election night. So,
That was tough, but we did it for the students. And I do know that board members attend events, so you're going to hear our kudos. We attend events out here in our schools to highlight the awesome stuff that's going on, so you'll hear more about that at the board meetings. Anything else? Oh, she said, let's clap them up. Come on. The only other thing I want to say before I pass it over to Superintendent Murphy is we apologize for being a little late. We were coming out of exec session, and we were a little late, so we apologize for that. And then thank you to Principal Tudor and her entire staff for accommodating us. All right, Superintendent Murphy.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to take a moment to just recognize some of our retirees that we have. And so we'll start in our civil service category with Teresa Bullocks-Ledford, who is a part of the security response team at Aiken High School. We also want to congratulate Kathleen Crable. She is a part of our Office of General Counsel, and she is a senior executive secretary. We also have Jill Crawford. She's a cook at Sands Montessori. Ms. Joyce Fisher, another administrative secretary in our Human Resources and Talent Department. We continue with civil service employees, Maria Horn, out of Research and Evaluation at Walnut Hills High School. Michelle Monroe, a senior support specialist at Schroeder High School. And then finally, we have Jay Roden, a Glazier's foreman, and in our facilities branch. Congratulations to all of our retirees. And then, President Moffitt, I do have some kudos, if that's okay. So we'll start with our college team out of our Office of Secondary Education. We want to congratulate them on an amazing college week. It was kicked off at Withrow University High School with the college fair, and there were activities that talked about how do you even get into college, what is the financial aid process like, what is it like if I am a student athlete. And so there is a video that people can look at a little bit later that is linked in the deck, but congratulations to our college access team. We are all aware of the challenges around not having SNAP benefits for the month of November. And so I'm very proud of staff members from both Iowa Street and Central Office and the culture team in particular, who have put together this opportunity for staff to be able to donate to families who are temporarily, hopefully, experiencing a lapse or suspension in their Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program or their SNAP benefits. And then before I get to my last one, I'm not sure if Board Member Craig announced the date and time for Taft. Yes, so I brought a cheat sheet. So the Taft Senators, congratulations, will be playing Friday the 14th. The big game is against Indian Hill. It's at 7 o'clock, and it is at Indian Hill. Both teams, Taft Senators and Indian Hill, are 11-0, so we expect this to be a huge game. And then finally, there is a note to everyone who supported issue 28. I'm sure more will be said about that a little later as well.
Thank you. We're now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Let me pass it over to Vice President Bolton, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
more than willing to share.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you have any materials or presentations needing to be distributed to the board, please give them to Board Administrative Assistant Phyllis Davis. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon and go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation, your district, your school, community, your topic, and your contact information if you have a need for a response for any questions you might raise. This is a request that's consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that others are not willing, some are not willing to follow the protocol, we reserve the right to limit time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. We please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to live stream meetings. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful of all listeners, and I believe we have no virtual speakers. We got one? Okay, well, good. I'm glad I read all of that then. And then I think we have at least one in-person speaker. And that one in-person speaker, just so folks know, is not having to operate by some of the same rules regarding length of speaking, and that is the president of the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. So, Rob, let's hear our first guest.
Thank you. Our first guest today virtually will be Herschel Daniels.
I'm sorry, I'm in transit. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Daniels.
Just so you know, I'm coming back to Cincinnati a bit under the weather for Veterans Day, the 67th annual Veterans Day at the Maine Public Library, and I want to congratulate the Cincinnati Public Schools on its levy. But I am also, as I said the last time, we're ready, willing, and able to re-engage the Cincinnati Public Schools on the proposal that we put forth for a structured revenue anticipation note. We now know, after this trip to New York and Washington, how this would work. We just came back from a meeting in Columbus, and we look forward to working with the investigative team that was assigned by the superintendent to prepare a report for our proposal to make the Cincinnati Public Schools the best in the nation around STEM and other work in progress with the United Nations. Thank you very much for your time. And we'll start with Diversity Schoolhouse in sponsorship from Evanston with the ARC project that was decided last week. Thank you very much. You all have a good day now.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. President Sellers? Nope.
Hello, now, okay. I just, this evening in the treasurer's report, there is an award.
That was for Mr. Daniels. You're okay.
There's an award of a proposal to give to a vendor named Teaching Lab. And when we went through that, we're really not, I don't think we have it figured out exactly what they'll be doing at 6 schools, but it is $350,000. That is for 1 semester of work, just starting from the 2nd semester of this school year. We don't believe that that is sufficient, but we believe that the $350,000 can be spent on things that will be much more productive for our students and resources for our students to make sure that students have the resources that they need to be successful. When we were meeting with the 2 vendors, they said that don't expect anything quickly for any kind of improvement, that it takes 3 to 5 years. So if a half a year is $350,000, 5 years would be 3.5 million, because you would have to double that each year and then multiply it by 5. We don't believe that that is something that would be appropriate for our district. Many of the things that they want to put in place for monitoring of curriculum, we already have in place with our leadership team and the instructional managers. So I think that you should pull that and we should have more conversation because of all the teachers I've talked to, they didn't really feel that this is something that is beneficial when we are in cost reductions. So thank you.
Thank you, President Sellers. And I believe that concludes hearing of the public.
All right. Superintendent Murphy, please introduce our first presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So this first presentation is on our newly created instructional dashboard, which will lead us to our monthly scorecard that we plan to present to the board on a regular basis. And if we're able to click on this link, Sierra Badgett is going to join me in this conversation. I do want to acknowledge Ms. Kate Meyer as being someone who actually did the work to pull this all together. I was inspired by our internal auditor's work. That doesn't look so great.
Rob, can you turn it?
It just needs to be rotated, I guess, if possible. If not, we will simply talk through it.
It's like that on board docs too.
Public can see it too, right?
Okay. Well, Assistant Superintendent Badgett, can you see it well enough?
I can, I have a copy.
Oh, you have, oh, wonderful.
Thanks,
Okay.
Rob.
So what we are asked as Assistant Superintendent Badgett walks us through this is if there are data points that the board is interested in us reporting on a monthly basis, we're interested in your feedback and interested in your feedback on what you do see today. Mr. Badgett.
Thank you, Superintendent Murphy. Good morning. Good afternoon, board. Good afternoon. We're going to talk about our dashboard. It is a very simple dashboard where all of our stakeholders can come to and get information. The first thing on our dashboard is our enrollment. So we heard from the last few board meetings is we want a dashboard that can first tell you how many students we currently have in our buildings. So you can see enrollment. This is as of October. All these numbers today are presented are as of October. So as of October, you can see we ended the month at 33,887 students. We started the month in September at 34,037. And then you can see to the right, the percentage of students in the buildings that month. So you can see September, we had a 90% out of those enrolled. And then in October, we had an 88.14 of those students that were enrolled. Okay. And then you can see, we charted it for you a little bit, where you can see per grade where our students are. And then we have a graph for you as well. Scroll down for us, please. Next piece is discipline. So you'll be able to see discipline reports month over month. And you can see the total number of referrals for the month of October is 5,751. I do want to point out that just because a student got a referral or infraction does not mean that they were suspended. It just, hey, I need you to talk to this student, or they were doing something, I need redirection. So it could be sent to the counselor, it could be a conversation with the student. It does not mean suspension. So we'll make sure that that is clear so you understand that. And you can see the month for September, and then you can see the month for October. So again, once we go further in the year, you'll see more data points on there for these particular items for discipline and enrollment. Okay. The next one is going to be district approved curriculum usage. Just want to say this is a snapshot. So we do curriculum reviews where assistant superintendents and the curriculum managers go into a few rooms at a time during those times, and we just look to see, are we seeing curriculum that was adopted being used in the classroom, and we put that in our report, and that generates our Q1 snapshot of high quality material being used while we're inside the classroom. Okay. Our next point that we have is we got a grant. Superintendent could tell us a little bit more about it. We have a grant that paid for PASA. And PASA is doing surveys for our middle school students, pulse checks, and families, getting their feedback on our middle schools. So that will be a point for us to use from now to the end of the school year. And then last but not least is our fall benchmark. You can see that we have, you can see where our data points are with reading, math, and science as listed up there. And then you can see a fall-to-fall comparison of where we were fall of '24 to where we are this year. And like Superintendent Murphy said, this is totally, we can add more points. You just let us know.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments? Board member Craig.
So thank you for putting this together. And I think as we kind of evolve this, I think we can start to attach some of the other data points for each of the schools to something like this so that you would be able to, for both parents who are picking the schools that they're trying to choose for their child, we'll be able to kind of see information about them, see what programming, like kind of connect up that way. So I think some level of either linking out to the schools pages or something to that effect as part of the dashboard will be helpful. Because I do know that's the one thing that I've heard from a lot of folks who want to learn more about the school, that it is kind of a challenge still at times to find the individual schools as you're trying to look through them outside of what's in focus, right? The question that I would have with regards to just kind of how we are tracking some of these things, I think stuff that comes on a regular basis that we're doing kind of either a pulse check or doing some type of question and answer we get information from, can we set dates? So even like, for instance, discipline, are we setting a certain date of the month that we're going in and saying, this is the date that we would look for records to work more consistent? So whether that is the complete month, and then we would kind of run those numbers on the first, or that type of deal. So that we just put that information out, so we're sharing the procedures and practices, so we have a system of how we do this, rather than just putting up numbers. And I think the same thing for things like the pulse check and other things, that it would be stuff that would be data points that would come on a regular cadence. And then the last part I would say is, I think we, at some point, will have to kind of do the assessment of how many people use the tools we put forward for them to be able to look at, right? So is this something that people are going through and touching on and seeing and looking at, or is this just something that gets presented at board meetings? Because I think while there's a lot of value to that, and may still be value to have it up there, if we're putting a bunch of effort and time and putting information that no one goes and looks at, then maybe we need to think of why they don't go to look at it before we do anything more with it, right? So those are my few little points there.
Thank you. I have, did anyone, I didn't want to speak over anyone. I have someone, it's so awkward to see you like way over there. I can hardly see you too. And I'm trying to switch it around. Bobby, can you make that just a little bit bigger? I'm sorry, my eyesight, y'all, is just a little getting older. For me, I'm not really, I'm very much interested in attendance, and I heard enrollment, and that just is off-putting to me because absenteeism is counted by attendance, not enrollment. So we need to, and I'm also very interested in school data. I think it's really beneficial to have something that's useful, not just pretty, and this is beautiful, but I want parents to be able to say, like, okay, at Withrow, the average attendance for the month of September was X. So that's some data that people can utilize, not just enrollment, because enrollment doesn't mean that they're coming, it just means that they're supposed to. But actual attendance means that they are. So I kind of wanted to ask, what is the goal of this before you all wanted feedback, and I want to know, is the goal to just put this information out so that the community is aware, or is it actually to have people manipulating the information, being able to help us per corridor, say, hey, we got some, maybe it's a transportation issue. Like, what is the point? I don't mean it in any negative. I just mean it as that will help me to understand what what I can make some suggestions to you on once I understand the intention and usefulness of it. So can you share that part, Superintendent, one of the two?
Very, very fair question. For me, last year, I would get questions about what is the number for, and I wouldn't have it in front of me, or I couldn't access it as quickly as I wanted to. And so I wanted this to be built out so that, A, we could do that. And we can do these very things school by school. The second reason is because when we get to looking at report card information, yes, we get it school by school, but we also have to be conscientious of our overall grade and where we're headed, and making sure that everybody understands, here's where we are so far in terms of these benchmarks. These data points are shared out amongst the senior leadership team. So the instructional pieces, the deputy assistant supes and I, we talk about these instructional pieces on a regular basis every 2 weeks. And then on a monthly basis, the assistant superintendents and the deputy have data conversations with the principals. During their principal meeting, they report back out to us where their data is and what strategies they're using to improve it. So is the same truth for our positive school culture team and the school social workers as they dig into their data. To your point, Dr. Moffitt, around enrollment, attendance, chronic absenteeism. We totally missed the chronic absenteeism points last year on the report card, and we're trying to avoid that. And so if we continuously are looking at this on a regular basis and we are aware, then we know where to put stop gaps in. We heard Dr. House share with us that a critical point for our district is January. So we met with her to talk about a strategies actually around what we're going to do for January. So the purpose of this for me overall is just deeper awareness and to keep us on top of what our current data is so that we don't miss any potential areas that we need to address or celebrate.
Thank you for that. But again, I guess I'm kind of, this is still global, and the report card is global, but the report card also is specific. So to have school-specific information would be extremely helpful, I think, to the community. But when you mentioned the survey, can you go back to that slide? What is the survey asking?
Just go ahead.
Because I tend to want to agree. Did the survey tell us that parents want this information? Did the survey tell us that this is a tool that parents can utilize to do what? So I just don't want us to be, I want us to be very effective with our time. And what does this all come back to is what, it's useful information for our teams, I get that, but what is this just internal or is this
The
external too?
POSIP survey, you may remember approving in the spring a grant that we received from Interact for Health to help us to survey the staff, the students, and the parents for the middle school. So this POSIP survey is only specific to our middle schools. And so what we decided to do was add that here to be able to share with you. There's a single question, and some may remember when we did the POSIP surveys, probably 4 or 5 years ago. It's a single question, and it is really a sentiment question. How strongly are you feeling about your school, about your school district? And so you can see, the first go-around, we missed including, I forgot.
South Avondale.
South Avondale, thank you. That was a mistake. And so that first graphic, and it's really hard for me to read this at an angle, and I'm sorry, I was used to having the monitor in front of me. But that was just from the first go-round from the students and the staff, and then we had one with parents responding. But again, only 7th and 8th middle schools.
Okay, is this internal? This is available to the public, right? Or this will be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You're right. This is the first look
Okay.
here at the public board meeting.
Okay.
And
great.
we can add more too, Dr. Moffitt. So
Yeah.
if there's more things you want to see, we can add to it.
So I guess to succinctly answer your question, I'd like,
Uh-oh, that's the motion.
woo, 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 do we need to leave? Like, I'll keep going. I'm sorry, the lights just got hotter. So I think I am interested in seeing the data by school. I'm also very curious around the data by grade band. We just got a lot going on up here, I'm sorry. So grade, to answer the question, school, corridor, grade band. And I'm interested in attendance data, not enrollment data. That's nice. I'm interested in enrollment data as a percentage of attendance. So if there are 1,000 students that are enrolled and only 600 of them are showing up, then that's a 60% population that's there. I'm interested in it as far as that goes, but I'm also very interested to see what grades are missing or having absenteeism issues, because I think that's something that maybe we could be notified quickly, like, hey, the seventh graders, or hey, the sixth graders. Curiously, I'm interested in the survey data. Is that going to be monthly?
We do that monthly. Sorry.
So I'm interested in looking at what was the difference between September and October, November, December, first semester, second semester.
And you'll definitely have that. This was just our first.
Sure. Well, you guys asked for feedback, so
Yes, ma'am, I
that's my
appreciate
feedback. And then I saw that staff was asked, students were asked. I don't see where parents were asked.
There's a.
Or did I miss it?
Did we not include that one?
It will be on the next one.
I
Okay.
apologize.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also open that up to the community. I would be very interested to see what the community perception is, because we have a community comment about middle schools. So I think it would behoove us to ask the community, particularly those neighborhoods that are surrounding our middle schools, how is it working? What can we do to be better? Ask our partners. Since we're putting all this information together, I didn't know we were doing all this, but since we're putting all this information together, I think it's very prudent for us to be responsible to put all of the information out, not just those things that make us look okay and better.
So, Dr. Moffitt, tonight we have another update for you on middle school engagement,
Okay,
which
great.
gives the community feedback.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Board member Mapp, just because I'm looking that way.
So thank you for stating what the goal or the intended purpose is for this scorecard. Is it scorecard or dashboard? What?
It's a dashboard. You'll get in the form of a scorecard on a monthly basis.
Okay. So I'm not necessarily going to add any additional data points. I think for me in seeing this is I think it's important to highlight or have some type of summary or synopsis of what this overall data entails. Like, what is the conclusion of this data, right? And also, what are, again, in a summary, stating what the overall plan would be to target these certain areas. So if this is information that we're sharing out to the community, as well as this information for us to have internally, again, what is the conclusion that's being made from all of this information? And then how are we going to make sure that interventions are outlined? Again, I think this is a way for it to speak to everyone at large, and not just from a standpoint of, okay, we're going to front load you with all the information and not share what our interpretation of this information is, and also what our course of action will be. So that's something that I would be interested in seeing with the scorecard.
Thank you, Board Member Mapp. Vice President Bolton?
Yes, thank you for this. I want to also remind myself that just last meeting, we were introduced to the mapping, the interactive mapping of our facilities, where we had health centers or what have you, and then the introduction of this scorecard or dashboard. One of the bigger issues for me is with this greater interactive capability, and with our willingness and our intent to share so much information in a timely manner, I think we have to really think about the redesign of our website and homepage and what have you. It is rather static compared to what it seems to be the forward thrust of what we're trying to do here with sharing information. As to anything to put on the scorecard or dashboard, scorecard is kind of, it's catchy, but it tends to give me the idea that we're going to rating something instead of necessarily just sharing information, but I can live with the scorecard. Every month, the treasurer's office shares where we are on a monthly basis, the 5 or so major financial realities. And I think it might be, people may or may not come to the Finance, Budget, and Growth Committee, but you might want to put 5 or so of the most important financial pieces that the community could follow, whether it's the declining balance or expenditures or whatever. Nothing as specific as the, Money Matters with Mike or the, Friday results of all the financial stuff, but maybe 5 or so. And I wouldn't want this scorecard to have so many things on it that it might be too cumbersome, but there's got to be a dozen things that general population would like to particularly follow. And for me, I think there should be some referencing here, finally, besides some finance, maybe some staffing. If there's vacancies or how many licensed professionals we have or that kind of thing. And I do think it makes sense to link in or be able to link in to a specific school out for those 10 things that you're listing. Not necessarily to get their report card and everything else, but if it's about a finance, how's that school's budget? And I know that would be appreciated by LSDMCs as well. Thank you.
Board Member Weinberg.
And I think I would just like to add on the CPS scorecard, if we could have some highlighting of the school, whether we talk about the program that they are offering or just something that explains to the community what the school has to offer, some of their accolades, et cetera. I think that would be helpful for some individuals as they're looking.
Board Member Matt.
Can I ask the question about, we were presented maybe last month with something Mr. Gallahue shared. How is this connecting to that piece? I mean, it seems like it's two separate things, but also can be intertwined. So I don't recall what he called it, but how do these two different methods work together?
Yes, ma'am. So he presented out how we have mapped out resources in our district. So where are the school-based health centers? Where is their after-school tutoring? So with this instructional scorecard, or what we grow it to be, this will also help us to be able to see, okay, well, this group isn't growing according to their reading benchmark. Maybe we need to add a resource here or repurpose a resource. So I think it will help. I'm hoping all of this is tying together and can make sense for a more long-range plan for us.
Okay, thank you. And then just the last question around just what to add. I'm curious to know, and it may not have happened at this point, but has there been some type of inference or made based off of this data that you all have shared with us?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, except to say, let me say this, we are looking at our plan for starting in January. Where are we with our data in the various areas? As I said, Assistant Superintendent Badge and I had a meeting just today about our attendance and our positive school culture, what's working, what incentives are students interested in, what is seeming to work in one school, and what can we do as a district to support. So yes, we are having those conversations. Same thing is true with the instructional pieces. Are we headed in the right direction to reach the goals that we have set for our school district? Where might we see a gap that we need to do something differently? And then I'm also hoping, I should have said, all of this will lead into work that we'll have as data points and items as we begin the strategic planning work.
Okay. Can you just share one, I guess, observation from the data that you have shared with us today?
Yes. So for example, with the attendance, is a very hot topic. As I mentioned, I'm super concerned because We did not earn any of those points on the report card last year. I think with a little bit closer monitoring and sharing and discussion, that in and of itself will help us. But the question is, what kind of incentives for young people work? What are they interested in? And it's interesting, there are so many things that don't even necessarily cost a lot of money. For example, getting 10 more minutes at lunchtime. For example, being able to go into the gym and turn on music that they like to listen to. Those kind of things that we can as a district do. But then there are other things that they like too, like the hot Takis. I hope Jessica Shelley isn't listening. Those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. And
Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
just reserve questions around the curriculum and high-quality instruction, probably for the strategic plan goals.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Board Member Crossett.
I just wanted to reiterate what Board Member Mapp said about having, writing about the data and having a synopsis of the data really go first, and then have the data support that is a really good idea. And, it ought to be the kind of things that are highlighted by you and the assistant superintendents, the things that are on the top of your mind when you look at the data, I think would be helpful. I think a drill down to the schools is good within the dashboard. I do want to applaud you and your staff for coming up with a dashboard. It's a picture's 1,000 words, so it's great. Keep it up. It'll be a great tool to use, and hopefully you'll be able to integrate it with the resource coordinator data that we had before. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I just want to add that to Vice President Bolton's point around specific, maybe highlighting a couple of topics, I would like to invite, perhaps those topics should be report card topics, because there needs to be more education to parents around the report card. They see the topics on the report card, so why would we not explain those throughout the year in this dashboard, scorecard, or whatever that we're going to call it, so that they're seeing that trend data consistently over time. So by the time the state comes out with a report card number, they have seen it multiple times. Absenteeism is what we talk about. That's a buzz topic, but we really should align with the themes of the report card, no matter how bad it is, align with the themes of the report card, and then goals and guardrails. So highlight while you're putting some of these out, if we have it by grade band, third grade, maybe that's in orange because that's a goal and guardrail that the board has stated we're looking at. So I think that there should be some consistency in a theme throughout whatever we put out to the public, so that they can understand that all of these things tie together, they're all relevant, and this is what those numbers mean. Again, my suggestion was just grade, school, corridor, as well. All right, thank you so much for this, and then we'll get another update when? When do you plan on rolling this out?
Hopefully December. The goal is every month, we should be able to give it to you.
But
the
like
goal.
by the
And
first,
I'm
second
sorry.
semester, January, it'll be available to the public?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned before, some of the data will still be relevant December. We'll have winter benchmark data. We'll have third grade reading scores start to come back, so.
So do you all anticipate that this will be like a month behind? So we're in November, we're going to be talking about October's data?
So it'll vary. So the attendance, the discipline, we can do month to month and doesn't necessarily have to be behind. It just depends on when the board meeting takes place. So for example, the December meeting, I don't remember the date, will be in the
Right.
middle of the month. So we may not see a change or a shift in discipline, but we should be able to report back third grade reading for the first time. And we won't be able to do the winter benchmark probably until January.
Okay,
So it'll vary.
okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Badger. Superintendent Murphy, I think it's still on you for our next presentation around multilingual learners.
So we have Dr. Adam Cooper here, and he's going to give us the update on our multilanguage learners. Dr. Cooper, and Emily Campbell is joining.
Come
Her
on
pink and green
down.
dress, yes.
And we got some light, so you're not in the dark anymore.
Watch those wires.
Okay. Good evening, Board. Board President Dr. Moffitt, Vice President Bolton, Treasurer Guston, Superintendent Murphy. We're excited to present an update from our Office of Multilingual and English Language Learners in CPS. We have a phenomenal team who has really spent a lot of time in the last couple of months digging into what is our data saying and where do we need to make some strategic moves to do better. And so we have Dr. Cooper, our manager, we have an ESOL instructional coach, we have our curriculum council chair and our ESOL lead teacher, and then the other people on here are crucial members of our leadership team. So we have, like I said, done a deep dive into our overall student outcome data and have built a strategic plan this year centered around 3 big buckets. Student outcomes, and we'll get to the next slide in a moment, but we actually have a goal of increasing from 46, I'm sorry about this error here, from 46% to 57.25%. One of the components of our report card is the gap closing component, and there is a subgroup of that calls out for our English language learners. And to meet that subgroup data goal, we look forward to increasing to 57.25%. The other piece is close alignment to our goal in the strategic plan related to closing the gaps for our ELA students. And so right now we have approximately 203 students who are in the 6th grade who will be taking the ELA test along with their peers. And 1% are projected to be proficient. We aim to increase that to 30%. We cannot do this work without our educators. And so really helping our educators understand chunked components of the SIOP model in our high language population schools, which there are 21. And then making sure that we increase those appropriate interventions for language in ELA and reading, because we want to make sure that our EL students, the gap between what they are doing and what their typical peers are doing decreases. And then we cannot do this without our families, so we also are working closely with our welcome centers to increase family engagement. How will we know that we made the improvements that we set out? This, like I said earlier, is a screenshot from our report card. This is our students take what's called an OELPA assessment, and this measures speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And our goal is that our EL learners improve in speaking, listening, reading, and writing English language. And it's measured, and our goal for this year is 57.25%. But how are we going to get there?
Thank you for welcoming me here today. I am excited to describe our services for English learners and their families. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is just a brief description of where we are at the moment with our MLL families. We have approximately 5,600 to 5,700 MLL students enrolled in the district, so that's about 16% of our total enrollment. We're often asked what languages are spoken in the district. So there are 67 different home languages in CPS. Of course, the most prevalent is Spanish. 70% of our EL speak Spanish. But we have, and then followed by French and Arabic. We also have a range of languages from Africa that are in our top 10 as well. Our fastest growing has been Sinike. Okay, next slide. So it's important as our multilingual families, as they engage with the school, we are engaging with them in a way that keeps them engaged, in a way that they understand the processes of school in the United States. So we do that through clear communication. We have 24-hour interpreter hotline. We have the ability to request interpreters at any time for any purpose. We translate documents for families, and we ensure that there's appropriate placement for those families depending on their need. Across the district, we have different programs that address the needs of English learners depending on their background, depending on their levels of proficiencies. So we're very careful about where we recommend that placement to take place. We're very careful about ensuring that we understand the background education of those families and those students so that they're placed in a school that's most supportive for them. This is really the process that any English learner needs to go through across the state, really across the country. All students in Cincinnati Public must answer 3 questions about their language, a home language survey, their home language, their primary language, and native language. If there's ever another language other than English that is answered on that home language survey, then we ask about their U.S. entry date, what date have they entered U.S. schools, and we then we administer a language proficiency screener, the OELPS, the Ohio English Language Proficiency Screener, and then from there we're able to determine what is the best service delivery framework for that student. I mentioned how different schools have different programs. We have a range of frameworks that fit into different programs that then that screener, that background information gives us the information we need for appropriate placement. And then from that, every year, we must write our LEP plans. So our teachers have been very busy finishing up our LEP plans for most of those students who enrolled from the start of the year. Like an IEP plan, these are individualized plans that help outline what the services are that are required to help that student access the content, grade level content, in a way that they can understand. So those LEP plans list proficiency levels, they list their past performance on OELPA assessments, they list appropriate accommodations and modifications, and they provide an avenue for us to communicate closely with all teachers, with all families about what can be expected in the classroom for English learners through those LEP plans. They're signed by family members, they're signed by teachers of those students, and they're updated annually. So that is the typical process. That's what every school engages in who has English learners in on their rosters. We've been able to really respond to some unique needs that have come up in recent years. Some of those being around the need for MTSS, the science of reading implementation, and also a need for our teachers to kind of shift some of their work from Tier 2 interventions that has been a typical approach to ESL instruction in the past to looking more at Tier 1 support for our general education teachers. So one way to do that, one way to help our our ESL teachers know how to collaborate in a Tier 1 setting is we have provided them with one strategy and 2 look-fors to take to their colleagues in the schools to support them in implementing in the classroom. So regardless of a general education teacher's background, these are some easy things that our ESL teachers can support those general education teachers with implementing for our English learners' success. 2 of those look-fors are just language objectives posted that align with the content objectives. So our general education teachers are familiar with their content objectives, and our ESL teachers can help support in writing language objectives. The other piece is having more interaction in the classroom, more opportunities for the speaking and listening. As Emily mentioned, we have 4 domains of language development. Good instruction offers more opportunities for speaking and listening in the classroom. So we provide strategies for that. We've recently, last year, purchased a platform called Elevation. It's a student information system that does track assessment data, And it allows all teachers in the district, for all of their students, whether they're English learners or not, to see all of the assessment data for all their students. And then it provides instructional strategies that are tailored to the needs of individual students on their rosters. So we pull a lot of those strategies from Elevation and use those as we're working with our general education teachers. Okay. The English language cadre, or the L cadre, is also a means for us to use our ESL teachers' expertise to strengthen the instruction of general educators. These are 15 practicing ESL teachers across the district. They are all teachers in buildings with high enrollment of ELs. They have, over the past 2 years, spent a significant amount of time together planning professional development for general education teachers around the instructional strategies that help ELs access content in the classroom. They have done centralized PD, short PDs at Launch Ed. They have provided some conference-style all-day PD for an entire building. They have most recently worked with their cohort buildings in district-wide professional development for short sessions. And most recently, the second part of that table on the right, we're doing an OELPA push. OELPA occurs in February and March. So we have identified the buildings that can have the greatest impact on our performance as a district for EL growth in the gap closing measure. So those, the EL cadre is working with those buildings to look at the performance growth of those students, the exact growth targets that every single student has, and then giving suggestions to the teachers on how to analyze that data for each and every student and implement strategies in the classroom. And yet another way that we've been able to respond to some of the new direction that we've had in education and as a district is we have last year implemented our part, or I should say how we look at English learners in the structured literacy decision rules. So as part of MTSS, every student, we must use data to provide interventions to students who might be performing below a certain benchmark. And we've been able to identify which students should receive which interventions. It also provides a good opportunity for us to collaborate with reading specialists, sometimes with math specialists, intervention specialists, and making sure that every student gets the intervention that they need, including our low-level EL students who need speaking and listening support. And this brings us to a very exciting change from our growth plan, the development of new welcome centers. We have a nice history of some welcome center work at Roberts and some at AWL as well, but the superintendent and the board has recognized the need for us to ensure that all families across the district, no matter where they're enrolled or where they live, have the services that they need from the very first moment that they approach our district, the very first moment that they approach the school, that we know how to engage with them. So we've worked over the past year, really, to make sure that we have other Welcome Center sites. 2 of those are at high schools. That's exciting. Dater High School is one of those, and Withrow High School on the east side as well. Dater High School provides a nice continuation of the students that are enrolled in an IB program. And then we also have the addition of an elementary school in the Central Corridor, Hartwell. So we have, this year, worked closely with Assistant Superintendent Badgett's team to bring together resource coordinators at those sites with our EL family coordinators, so that they're talking about the services and roles that they have. The principals have been a part of that conversation, so that we have an alignment of those services and events. There's communication with families across the district to know where they can go and when to receive the services that they need. These are some of those services. that we find our MLL families are in need of receiving when they work with our schools. Some of those are just navigating CPS systems like enrollment, school selection process, but there's also a need to be connected with the resources that our community partners provide. Okay, another exciting thing this year is we have a pilot program for for a satellite virtual option at West High and Dater High School. This program really was born out of a need to address maybe a lower graduation rate and absenteeism among our ELs at those schools. It is a program that addresses that for ELs, but it also addresses that for other students. So there are 52 students currently enrolled in that program, but 33 of those are LEP students. Seven of them are dual identified as students with disabilities. So we bring together a gen ed teacher, an ESL teacher, an intervention specialist, and bilingual social workers to make sure that it's supporting the whole child, the whole student in that virtual option, providing some flexibility for students to meet the requirements for graduation. And finally, most recently, we received the word from the board of a need for a multilingual learner task force. So we did have an initial focus group, I guess you could call it, but it was a very wide invitation list of principals, ML coordinators, teachers, bilingual social workers from our 21 buildings that have large EL enrollment. It was kind of a needs assessment of what they're seeing as being challenges for their families, of being needs within their school. And from that, we were able to identify 3 buckets of work that we've been able to recognize some things that we're already in the process of addressing, some short-term planning that we need to conduct over the course of the next semester, the course of this year, and then also some long-term planning around these 3 items: consistent communication, staff training and capacity building, and integrated mental health and safety planning. So we thank you for this work. We thank you for this opportunity to make some shifts in how we organize that work, and I welcome your questions on how we're doing.
Thank you so much. You all put a lot of time and effort in this, and thank you so much for all the work you do. We do have some questions. I see Board Member Weinberg's hand up.
I will go first. I guess I will. So I just had a couple of questions, and I feel like no one can hear me, but hopefully you can.
They can see you.
Oh, here you are. Couple of things. I just wanted to know, you had mentioned on slide number 3 in regards to the family engagement so far. Do you have any data on how it's going in terms of from the welcome centers? And then if you do, and you've collected that, how often do you expect to share that out with us? That's my first question. So you can go ahead and answer that one if you would like, and then I'll go into the next one.
So we're depending a lot on those 2 Welcome Center sites that have done a great deal of this work in the past. So Roberts and AWL, they do have systems in place. It's driven in large part by some of the grants that they receive as a lead agency. So we do have some of the data that they manage, but we're using that as a model as we bring all of the Welcome Centers together. We had our first collaborative meeting with those resource coordinators and ML family coordinators just last month. The second one will occur later this week. So we do recognize a need for more needs assessment, but some of what's been done in the past is really just a frequency of which families are referred to different community agencies, what kind of follow-up there is for that. But we do recognize that every lead agency is driven by different grants, driven by different priorities. So we have to come together. That's why I think this is an exciting project, because it allows us to come together across schools and agencies to recognize some goals and some ways to monitor that growth that's specific to our needs in CPS.
Okay, thank you. And then on slide 5, you referenced in terms of the top languages that, have been shared that our families either will speak. I think my question was regarding the 24-hour interpreter hotline. How is that shared out with our families? And then what are we doing, or what's the process to ensure that any documents that are shared from the school level are able to be translated for these families, whether it's the test results, whether it's important documents? What's the process on that?
Yeah, we do share, the interpreter hotline is actually shared to every building and every department. So if a family comes to, let's say, a front office in a building, that building has a code that's kind of specific to their school that they can call on demand. If there are teachers within that school that have some sort of emergency at night before school the next day, they have access to that code. So we recognize, really by law and by ethical practice, that any family that comes to us and needs clear communication, we as a team recognize how we can do that. We have the processes for it. As far as translating documents are concerned, that also is done in large part by different departments. So dining services may have some translated documents, transportation, the college team, they also manage some of their translated documents. If there's ever a need, oftentimes those requests come to us in the Office of Second Language Acquisition. We are able to locate those or communicate with the different departments across the district to find the translated documents that are needed. Or if we're not able to do that, we work with the native language support team to do some of that translation. Or we work with our interpreting service to do that as well.
Thank you. And then finally, on slide 8, in terms of the communication plan that you're sharing, I appreciate that you're making an emphasis on ensuring that both the student and the family, they understand the communication and that it's signed by the student's full education team. But on the part here where it says signed by family member to indicate agreement, I just wanted to state and make sure that in that entire process that although the parent is signing, that you are also ensuring that they do understand, that they're just not signing. So,
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. We provide those LEP plans in the top 3 languages. So we do print those and send those to families in Spanish, French, and Arabic. And there's also a recognition that for all of the other languages, we provide an in-person interpreter for an explanation of those documents. And usually that occurs on the building level with our ESL teachers who meet with parents during family conference nights or communicate directly with them via email, robocalls, or texts.
thank you.
Board Member Craig and then Vice President Bolton.
So again, thank you for the presentation. One of the things I wanted to kind of point out, I think it's important for us to, important growth part to what we've been doing is the welcome centers that are now at the high school level. Because we know that even in the past, students were coming in at the high school level. We just didn't necessarily have the ability to necessarily address them separately at their school in the same way we can with having the welcome centers now, and really focus on those attention that a student coming at a 9th grade or 10th grade level with the expectations they would need, the things that they're looking for, the things that they're wanting. And I think that's actually even more important because of some of the students who are now coming in from our neighboring districts who had previously not been in CPS, who are now in CPS. And one of the experiences that I've heard, at least, with students coming in at different levels, that they may come in at a grade level as their assigned grade level. That is not the grade level that they come in at with regards to their level of understanding, even of their native tongue, in some cases. And so I think it's another part to the challenges in some ways of like addressing those specific needs. So I think adding those at the high school level has been a great gain for us. And again, this is maybe a year and a half back, but we saw a lot of growth that happened when we made more opportunities available to the parents of our multilingual learners to be able to understand the materials and understand what their students being tasked with doing, understanding what their assignments are, making sure they got to school for attendance purposes, and those type of things. And I know we saw some of that kind of the attendance and that type of deal fall off a little bit because of some of the other stuff that's going on in the world that may have affected how some of those folks felt comfortable leaving their homes. But I guess, are we having conversations more regularly about the materials they might need or the information that a parent might need to be able to support their child throughout the entirety of the class? Because I think it is one thing to support them getting into the school. It's one thing to support the regular things they have to do for school. But I know at least nationally, they've seen advancements at when there were education on parents on how to help their child as they're learning. And even if there's, having to educate the parent as well in some ways. So, are we seeing some of that as an opportunity in our district?
Yeah, I thank you for bringing that up. I think that is an area for growth for us. We do that through our ML family coordinators. They have very close relationships with our families. They're kind of the trusted face of CPS. They're able to really provide the families with knowledge about what's expected in a U.S. school, because that's very different from what might be expected from a school in their home country. But I do think education changes all the time, expectations change all the time of teachers. So I do think that that's something we can continue to look at, how we can do more work with families so that they understand specifically what are the needs within the classrooms. Thank you.
And then the other part I would just, I think it's an opportunity for us to even grow further, is there's at times with multilingual learners, the ability to connect them into the rest of the student body, right? The ability to connect students up with them and make sure that the students are looking out for them, that they're working together on projects, that they're incorporated as much as possible, also exposes them to language more, right? So the more you're out there talking and speaking with folks and incorporating those things into your daily activities, the more you're more likely to recognize and be able to use it. And so I think I don't know how we may monitor this or how we may survey this or how we may talk about this with students, but how much are they feeling like they're a part of their school community as opposed to like a singled out section, right? So like how much do they interact with their other fellow students? How much do they feel like their other students are learning about their culture, learning about their world and their experiences, and how much are they learning about, another student's family and that type of stuff? I don't know if we've done any discussion around that or any kind of talk around that, or even just getting anecdotal stories that we can start to push out, because I think that's also part of that community feels more incorporated and more likely to participate if they feel like their student is a member of. So we watched this with a student where the soccer player, where the community came forward, they were there to support. They loved that student, as a person. And that really showed a sense of pride in that community. And I just want to make sure that we're kind of looking into that type of stuff as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure we quantify how much someone feels a part of that community, but I think in the case of Emerson, for example, it highlights how the schools that have, like Dater High School, that have these significant populations, these programs that are specifically designed to meet the academic needs of students, they have large staff that understand how to meet the social emotional needs of those students as well. So there's a lot of examples that our office can do to, we can work to share with you as a board that are oftentimes cultural celebrations or just the success of our students in both academics, but also in extracurricular activities. We're very careful about making sure we're using the student data for placement in those programs. So we ensure that only students that should be kind of what we refer to as sheltered or in self-contained classes are there for a reason. It's very temporary as professionals, educators work to transition them into a fully inclusive environment. And even in those settings, there's opportunities to participate in extracurriculars, in elective courses, even in the satellite virtual program. That was really one of the key caveats that we had, that even though they might be in a virtual program where they're from two different high schools that come together into a virtual setting, one of our key goals is to make sure that they're still included in any events of those broader high schools so that they're part of the larger culture.
Thank you, Vice President Bolton.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I really appreciate it. Perhaps I missed it. I think you mentioned, perhaps it was Emily that mentioned, the 21 of our schools are high language schools. And it'd be great just to see that list down the road, or if it's somewhere in the presentation that I missed it, I'm sorry about that, but I think that might be interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Thank you. Then another issue is since we are unfortunately, dwelling, and we have to regarding the report card piece, it'd be interesting in the future to kind of have a sense of the impact that this cohort of students, district-wide or school by school, the additional kinds of efforts that have to be made in order for them to continue to have a positive impact on our report card, and also those things that we want to also build in the defense mechanisms that people don't get mad about if they're not going to have a positive impact. If unfortunately the way that Columbus writes the report card, it might be damaging to have this wonderful experience of having the world in our district, which I think is an attribute of our district to have an international cohort. But I think that would be important for us to know that that can have an impact, positive or negative, on the school report cards. I would say to the treasurer for FY27, my wish list, as some people refer to it, obviously we need a second welcome center in the central corridor, probably at the Aiken, just to suggest. But I have a question, budget-wise, for you all too. How important is that elevation program? Because I know sometimes curriculum programs or curricular-related programs get kind of short shrift. Tell us the value of elevation.
I cannot sing enough praises for the program. It is something that districts, our neighboring districts use. It's something that provides direct information to all teachers, whether they have experience working with English learners or not. It provides them with direct information about every child's growth in all assessment areas. It provides data on their OSTs, their EOCs, their Acadience and iReady benchmark measures. So it's a very accessible tool for all teachers. On the other side of that, it provides a long range of strategies that teachers can easily implement in the classroom. Principals are excited when they're able to share that with their staff because they recognize that staff want, we ask our teachers to do a lot, and sometimes they're not always given all the tools they need to do it. So principals have been really excited about the tool that can actually give something to teachers that they can use right away. It provides graphic organizers, translated graphic organizers, step-by-step instruction, scaffolded groupings with suggestions for how you address different groupings, and professional development, online modules for professional development.
I guess that's pretty important. Thank you. I want to link into what Member Craig mentioned too about the cohorts of kids that are our international, our kids that we welcome. I know at Aiken, one of the things that is difficult is to make sure that they are a part of the whole group and the whole school. And there's great effort by every school that I know of to make that happen, but as a cohort, they are so strongly connected with one another that they do tend to kind of find that comfort level. So I think that is something that schools do have to work on to make them be part of. And I know one of the best ways that to happen is through athletics. I know that from the long distance running and whatever, that those teams. I'm concerned about whether or not our young people are religious practices and religious freedoms are preserved. I'd like to know more about how we're doing that, as well as their nutritional needs. I'm very concerned about that. I know years ago that it was on even the cash registers as things started to as we became much more international, and I don't know if that's still the case, but years ago, the kid would come to in the food line, and the cashier would know what they could have or not have. Perhaps we do that still, but I'm interested in nutritional issues, also in the religious practices. I want them to be able to have that freedom. And then finally, I do want to see an update somewhere down the road, because I know this is true in my experience in my neighborhood, the value that these kids have in career pathways and their full participation. I can see it in the ag pathway, in the medical pathway. As a matter of fact, at Aiken, the Health Justice Coalition, which is a community group, actually goes into the school, and the kids run their own health fair. And they expand it beyond the school and actually into their immigrant and refugee community wide. And it's school-led, student-led, and whatever. I think more of those sorts of things to make them feel a part of the community would be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board Member Matt.
So thank you for the presentation. It's so hard to see you guys, except for Emily. So I do want to echo the comment about the students feeling that sense of belonging in their schools and having that level of inclusiveness. I do know that some schools do it really well. I definitely would encourage us to find ways to strengthen that in others, because again, I do recognize that that will help to not only create that sense of belonging, but help to connect to the academic experience. So just wanted to share that. But my question is around the OELPA results, and it's been a little while since I've looked at this. So if the students have not met proficiency, right, they are assigned that LEP plan, or are they assigned that with or without meeting proficiency?
An LEP plan is only written for students who have not yet met proficiency.
Okay. And so once the student reach proficiency on the OELPA, do they still receive support from the LEP plan? And if so, how long is that support in place?
We're required by state guidelines to monitor progress for 2 years after they have exited that LEP status. So we do that through teacher feedback forms and also through the benchmark data.
Thank you. That's really helpful information. And then lastly, with those students that transition out of receiving the LEP, it's kind of really for both. I know you talked about the MTSS supports in place. How do we also assist our students with getting that level of rigor within their coursework? So yes, they have that assigned LEP, but again, making sure that we're still also offering that stretch for our MLL students as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we have done a lot in just the last couple of years in ensuring that we have clear expectations for all teachers, or I should say clear tools for all teachers to make sure that they know how to provide the access, even though when it might seem a student can't access grade level curriculum, there are ways that through strategies, instructional strategies, that they can do that. So we support them through our teachers. I'm not sure if that fully answered the question. You're asking about students who have exited as well without the LEP plan?
Say that again.
Are you asking also, you're asking about students who might have exited and may not have an LEP plan as well?
Correct, yes. How do we continue to strengthen their growth and provide that level of rigor? You said that supports are still in place, even well after exiting the LEP, but again, making sure that we're continuing, stretching them in their coursework as well.
Yeah, we have also close alignment now with our content managers and content instructional coaches and curriculum and instruction. So we have regular conversations and collaborations across the aisle there to make sure that the support for teachers are coming from all content areas.
Okay, thank you.
And one other thing I wanted to add to that is in a parallel world with world languages, we do what's called a stamp assessment, which identifies students who are fluent in, for example, Spanish and know that work, and they might be ready for an advanced placement class in grade 9, where they can really like be challenged and get that coursework.
That's really good information. That's my first time hearing about the SNAP assessment, so I'll look further into that, but thank you.
Board Member Crossett.
First of all, appreciate the presentation, and the comprehensive nature of how you're addressing this is very impressive. So thank you very much. I just curious about one thing. My fellow board members have already asked lots of questions, which is great. But you mentioned that you set targets for your students, and I'm wondering if these targets line up, well, how you set them, are they achievable? And do those targets line up with the state report card goals for the superintendent?
Yes, those targets are set by the state. There's a very clear formula for how they're determined in all 4 of those domains. It has become, as we look at what you see here with our growth over the past few years and a recognition or a desire for that growth to improve even faster, we're starting to look a little more closely at those targets per student so that we can talk to each teacher about which part of those targets or that formula we can target to increase that growth faster.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all. I'm going to go last. I have last in this round after Board Member Lindy. Go ahead. Let everybody go once.
Thanks very much. Could we just flip back for 1 second to the slide that said, I had it right here. This was the multilingual task force. It's the Multilingual Learner Task Force. That's great. Thank you. I wanted to just connect some dots for myself from past meetings. Was this the piece that was in response to the assignment? Great, thank you. I heard a lot in the discussion about perspective from internal folks from CPS. Part of the idea with the assignment also was to gather external perspectives, not because I really value and think highly of the work that so many of our folks do. And there are other organizations that are embedded more full-time in immigrant communities and certainly know more than I do. And I was just curious what kind of external perspectives came from these meetings and to what extent did that inform? I'm just trying to figure out, are there things we can be doing we haven't thought of yet, given the particular moment in time that we're in and given some of the challenges that communities are facing that are, I think, different and a big deal.
So after our first whole group meeting, which were all internal partners, we did recognize the need to include parent voice, of course. So, but it wasn't really the best forum for their voice to be heard and for us to follow up with those concerns. So that's one area that we are working to develop as we move into the second part of the year. This is an excellent point. We can also work to develop how our community partners, particularly who work in those buildings, are able to participate in similar focus groups and provide feedback.
Thank you. So I definitely heard you mention parents. Were there any external groups like Immigrant Refugee Law Center, any non-CPS, non-parent groups that were a part of it?
No, not in this initial task force meeting, but we will certainly work to include external community partnerships.
I appreciate the update. I think we're absent our superintendent at the moment. I'm sure we'll get her back in a second. And I apologize, I was at a family commitment earlier tonight. But I think a core part of the assignment was to get outside of CPS. So I don't think this is your fault at all. I'd just like to note that what we're getting back is inconsistent with what the assignment was. I did recommend it and ask for support of board members that we do it because I do think it matters. And if it hasn't happened yet and is now, gosh, going on 6 months late, For my part, I would still like to see it happen. And I can bring this up when we have the superintendent back. Thanks.
Well, it was a perfect segue for you to go first, because I was actually going to bring that up, because I thought that the external communication was missing. We partner with a lot of organizations, and you've mentioned a few of them. Board Member Lindy brought up one or two others, but I attended an event that I would like for you to speak about, Dr. Cooper, at Northern Kentucky, where some of our students and our staff were highlighted. I did bring that to the board meeting as a kudos, but we've got a lot of different partnering organizations in addition to the city that has also done some of the ID training in our buildings, that I just don't know if we're hearing enough of those voices. And part of my questions, and we can definitely bring this up when the superintendent comes back, but part of my questions were around collecting the actual voices of those students. Safety and security of students in general is a concern. We've gotten that as a pretty targeted directive to the staff, to the superintendent and her teams. But I didn't hear you all talking about surveying that population that you all have a great grasp on, and they have probably some significant safety and security concerns in the building and within their communities, and I just didn't hear that. So my questions are around, are we collecting any feedback from our CPS ELL current students, graduates, parents, specifically around safety, security, and mental health supports? I think we're doing a lot with the language education plan. I think that's great. Since we're already engaging some students within their language, I think it would behoove us to also collect that data as well. In fact, I know it would be, so that was one thing that I think is missing. And then also, because culturally, our ELL students typically tend to gravitate towards organizations that they're familiar with, we should be gathering information from those organizations around what their clients are experiencing, and we're not doing that either. I don't think it's a heavy lift, but I think that there needs to be some sort of charge to do it. I kind of want to go back to slide number 12, Rob. And, I heard a push for welcome centers from one board member for Aiken, so I'm pretty sure we tend to do what is urgently pushed. But I would like to know, how did we decide on those welcome centers? What was the data placement? What was the data around where those welcome centers are placed strategically? I think it's great to have a desire to have one at Aiken or another school building, but it should also be data-driven around the need there, around the community that's there, and the utilization, not just to say that we did it, but that it's actually beneficial to the community. Again, an engagement survey would be perfect of the current existing welcome centers and their usage and what's needed, rather than what we think just by visually they should be. But also, what data pointed the welcome centers to these particular locations? That's a question I kind of want to ask you. I'd love for you to answer.
They were really recognized, I think, as you mentioned, by geography, and looking in, because it was part of phase 2 of the sustainability growth plan. We were looking at different corridors and how we can ensure that those services are in each of those corridors. These are the schools that had some of the most significant population of students enrolled, or families. At Hartwell, for instance, also have a lot of siblings or students who then go into Aiken. So it was really looking at the current enrollment by corridor.
So before we talk about building something else, I would love for us to collect data on the efficiency and utilization of what we currently have, and how perhaps it could be expanded more efficiently rather than just as a checkbox item. And again, that involves surveying students, surveying families, community partners, perhaps we don't need to put that there, but maybe our partners can come in and provide some services that there is an existing gap for. And I'm interested to see the data around these current corridors, and then what is missing and how we can fulfill that too. My next question, let's see. I like the language education plans. Channeling an old board member, Morosky, who said that I think board member, Vice President Bolton has said this too, every student should have an IEP on some level because it's an individual plan of action. And I like the fact that this is something that our ELL students and families are getting, and it's a great idea. Let's see. One thing I want to bring up, I want to ask about centralized enrollment for our ELL students. That was the feedback that I've heard from the actual community is that it was slightly problematic for that particular population, although we didn't hear that, as a presentation, but it was slightly problematic. And then what are we doing around areas that we know are a concern for our general population, i.e. transportation, for our ELL students? Centralized enrollment, having them come to the board, did we have them separate for enrollment, or was that something that our ELL families could enroll at the schools?
We have had some collaborative conversations with customer care about some needs for MLL families and using the welcome centers for those sites. For this initial phase of the centralized enrollments, our MLL families were asked to do that in the same way that all other families were asked to enroll as well. And then we have a lot of tools in place as far as bilingual social workers, our EL family coordinators, close connections between the district and families. So we are working to use those tools so that we can communicate more closely with customer care and make sure that there's more ease in that enrollment process.
So I'm really interested to see the enrollment from last year where they could do it at the school site, and this year's centralized enrollment around if those numbers are consistent, if those numbers are the same, and I'd love for a feedback survey for that population as well. We've heard individually, we've had feedback sent to us, but I'd like for that to be more broadly collected so that we can see if that's efficient for them. Some of the feedback that we've had internally and externally is that they wish that it were not, but I'm wondering, are we collecting that data? That equality is doing everything for everybody the same way, but that particular population needs something different. And we had a significant transportation concern that warrants us to look at it more individualistically. So I'm curious, I guess the overarching theme I'm asking for is to collect data quickly, not for a whole another year, but collect the data for the first semester from our population of ELL families and students and parents around their experiences for mental health, enrollment, education, attendance, all of that. And also with utilization for our in collaboration with our parents, because I'm very interested to see what that data is. And then I'll kind of can you just, last thing, I attended that event, every board member was asked, but I attended that event, and can you talk about what that was? And hopefully the board members will know when it comes up this year.
I'm not sure what event you're referring to.
It was the celebration at Northern Kentucky University, and some of our staff were, it was for our ELL families and students and our ELL, they had a raffle. I don't know if you guys remember what I'm talking about. Our board staff.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
The
Thank you,
ELL Foundation, that's
Okay.
right. That is an organization that has provided scholarships really across the tri-state area for our graduating seniors of ELs. And it's an annual breakfast. It's held in February. It's a really moving celebration of what our students accomplish, and it provides them with tools sometimes that they do not always get they don't always have the same tools that other students have. So it's an opportunity for them to receive scholarships. We also recognize sometimes a social worker or a teacher who does the work within our buildings to support those students and make a difference in the lives of those students. So we've had every year somebody from CPS, some years more than others, from Aiken, Dater, Withrow, and Western Hills High School receive some of those scholarships.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Lindy, did you want to, before we finish this topic out, did you want to say what you want to say? Superintendent is back, and then Board Member.
Oh, sure. I think I just have a core part of the assignment around thinking creatively around how we can better support our immigrant families during this particular moment in history. Like a key point of that was gathering perspective from people outside of CPS. And I know that because I thought I'd made that in the assignment the first time, and the initial response was around a series of things CPS was already doing. And I remember clarifying in a meeting that we need to get, that part of my request was that we get outside our space and learn from some others. So then I think I was particularly concerned with the information tonight that in that stakeholder group, there still were no external perspectives. And I think I'm both concerned about that absence in our ability to think creatively about what we can do to be helpful. But I'm also concerned about the number of times I've had to follow up on it. And if I hadn't noticed or asked the question tonight, I think I'm wondering if anybody would have noticed. So I don't know that I need a response about it tonight. I frankly think we have all kinds of other stuff to get into. But I both want to pay attention to content and process. And I think there's important ideas that we could potentially learn to better serve important families in our community. And I think that I think in my tenure on this board, which is nearly 6 years, I've made fewer than 5 assignments. And so I think that for our own processes, like if there's a part of a process that's not working, I think we should get it addressed and make sure it works going forward. And I'm happy to, but I might be missing something. Like I'm open to the fact that I'm missing something.
Well, I apologize. I thought we were addressing the assignment, and I was thinking that the conversation that was held included some external stakeholders. So if I have that wrong, I apologize, and if given an opportunity, we can definitely make sure that we expand upon that. I'm sorry it's not meeting the time frame for tonight because of what I did not understand.
Well, and that's helpful because it sounds like there may be a breakdown somewhere else too. But again, I think we have lots of other important things to talk about. I appreciate the time and attention for this. I really do. I'm working very hard on only asking for a very small number of things. But if I do ask about them, it's because I think they're really important and I'm going to follow up on them. And I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So let me remind the board members, just as just publicly, we have an assignment log that the administration is keeping and that our own team has access to as well. And the ask of board members is that when you make an assignment, that you follow up with the assignment log and you initial that you have seen that assignment and it is to your satisfaction. So Board Member Lindy, and to all my other colleagues, go to the board assignment. Superintendent Murphy puts it in her weekly update. Go to that particular spreadsheet, see your assignments listed, and I believe someone on the administrative team is capturing those every meeting. They mark when they have completed it and who has completed it, and it is up to the board member to check that off once it has been completed to their satisfaction. So if the staff has done something and that's not quite what you wanted, then you are responsible for going back and actually saying, hey, this is kind of not what I wanted. That came just as a 30-second aside because one board member was asking for something that I was trying to clarify with, and I was getting it wrong. So I said to Superintendent Murphy, we're going to let the board members check their own assignments. So I want to invite you, I don't know if anyone else has done this, but go look at those assignments that are linked on her weekly updates. Check to see that your assignment is actually captured the way that you want it, and then maintain that same accountability to ensure that it has been done timely and that it has been done to your satisfaction. If you find that it hasn't, our board admin, Phyllis Davis, sends out multiple emails to say, hey, we need topics. What do you all want on the agenda? What do you all want for exec session? Then you can bring that back up to me and say, I want this back on the agenda. I want this back on executive session, and we can talk about it. And I've had her send those emails out multiple times, text message as well. So I'm putting a little bit of the accountability back on the board members. I tried to do that this year. If I've missed it, then I apologize. If I've missed holding the superintendent accountable, I apologize. But moving forward, from this point forward, I want to make sure that everybody understands how we're trying to do that now. Make sense? Board Member Lindy?
I think for now, I'm in a good place. I think there are other issues around government, I think I'm in a good place for now.
Okay.
And if other issues arise, I will bring them up. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Mapp, did you want to finish this out? You look like you had another comment really quick.
It's just real quick question, and it's really following up to what Board Member Crossett brought up about the growth targets. I think it was stated that by the state, we have a certain target or benchmark that we have to meet. Can you share what that benchmark is, and also where we are in terms of tracking with meeting that benchmark?
Yeah, Emily referred to that, I think, in one of the first few slides, or one of the first slides around our goal. So the goal for us is to reach that target. I do apologize for the typographical error there. Rather than 51%, that should say 57.25%. That is the target that is set by the state. We also do have an opportunity to reach our points on the state report card by closing the gap by 10%, which at the building level is sometimes an easier reach. But of course, we're always aiming for what is expected from the state, which is 57.25%.
Okay, and you're saying we're currently, it's hard to see this, we're currently is that the 46%? Where are we currently? I can't.
Yeah, we're currently at 46%. Rob, if you go to the next slide, please. Each year, the state sets a goal up in the top right-hand corner that is our target for the OWELPA measure. So when a child is enrolled and they take the OWELPA assessment, it gives them a growth goal of 1 or 2, and they get those points by increasing their speaking, listening, reading, and writing in English. If they meet their growth goal of 1 or 2, then that gets factored in our growth percent, and if they meet proficient and then they exit out, those two percentages, the sum, yeah, I know that our statisticians don't want us to sum up these averages, but they equate to then what our overall blue 46.0%. So this year, you can see that we did not meet the growth target in 23-24, 24-25. Our goal is, with these strategies, to make sure we reach our growth target this year.
All right, thank you for that breakdown. I definitely will be looking to follow back up with this superintendent as we're talking about reaching our state report card targets.
All right. Moving on, we are now ready for superintendent. Thank you all. Thank you for the presentation. Follow-up, Superintendent Murphy and Treasurer Augustin, the follow-up for the preschool promise renewal.
We have one particular slide in here, which is a celebration slide. My understanding is the percentage of voter approval of issue 28 equates to about 72.89%. I believe I'm told that this might be a record for Cincinnati Public Schools, so congratulations.
Not much else to say, but, thanks to the voters, thanks to the community.
This is a 10-year renewal of this levy, so we may actually be the last emergency levy in the state of Ohio, as the state has changed what taxes we can do. So that might be another claim to fame for CPS, but definitely preserves the preschool funding and as well as some important district funding for the next 10 years.
While this is a record and we sincerely appreciate it, we want to thank the voters for the trust that they have instilled in us and for our littles, our preschool promises for our littles and for Cincinnati Public Preschool too. So Board Member Craig.
I can't let the moment pass without saying, I believe if former treasurer Wagner was here, she would say that was our operations levy that included preschool funds as well. So she always made sure to say that at every opportunity when we were talking about it in our Budget and Finance Committee meetings. So.
Vice President Bolton.
I just want to add from the political standpoint, our new treasurer is a little bit more politically savvy and knows that what the former treasurer used to call it is correct. But from a political standpoint, obviously the word preschool is a winning word. And we're glad that the folks want to keep, as you point out, our little 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds going, even though the state does not count them in the calculation as to the money that we receive from the state, because the state of Ohio has not made a commitment to preschool as our public-private partnership has done here in Cincinnati. But we're going to use that preschool word every chance we get, maybe with whatever the next thing would be, including the littles.
All right. Next, we will have a continual discussion. I'm sorry, Superintendent
just
Murphy.
really
No, go
quick,
ahead.
my apologies. I just want to say, just with that word is, in the Ohio 8 conversations, the superintendents are always in awe of Cincinnati Public Schools, in particular as it relates to being able to fund preschool, because they struggle with how to figure it out, or they have questions anyway of how to do it, since we don't get that funding from the state of Ohio.
Board Member Lindy.
I'll be quick. I just wanted to say to everybody who had a yard sign in their yard, everybody who helped get this endorsed, everybody who contributed to the campaign, this would have been an awful problem if it did not pass. I'm so glad that it did, and I just wanted to say thank you.
All right. Next, we will have a continual discussion about the superintendent's goals and her strategic goal and the strategic goals of the district. So we had a lengthy discussion the last time. I'm not saying we have to have another lengthy discussion. However, Superintendent Murphy was able, the assignment was to put her superintendent goals on a slide and put the district's strategic goals on a slide so that we can see where there is alignment and where there is difference. So that is what this is. We have at least one board member that would like to continue this discussion. So that's what we're doing. Superintendent Murphy, I'm going to turn it on over to you.
Yes, ma'am. So on the next slide, Rob, you will see the schedule of the goals and interims we are planning to present during the November 19th Student Achievement Cal meeting. So we are planning to move full speed ahead with that presentation unless the board says there should be an adjustment. On the next slide, we list out the 5 goals that have been approved by the board for the 25-26 school year. I imagine you don't need me to go through each one. And so then on the next slide, we begin to demonstrate what the assignment was. Where do they match? So in 3rd grade reading and 6th grade reading and in Algebra 1. And then where they differ is there is a goal around graduation in the current strategic plan, and not in the 5 that have been currently agreed upon. However, and the industry recognized credentialing is a huge factor in graduation for our young people. So then on the next slide, I was asked to bring recommendations. And so our team feels that we should continue to report on 3rd grade reading, 6th grade reading, and Algebra 1. We also think that we should continue with Goal 4 in a strong manner with credentialing as was agreed upon, and it is called out in the goals and guardrails. Then we think that we should continue to give you a brief update on where we think we are with graduation and where we will be, and then just what are the next upcoming milestones. So overall, it is through the strategic student achievement CAL meetings, we want to continue to report out on, so we're monitoring. We are aware of all of the elements, the goals, the guardrails, the interims that are currently stated, because many of them are still important for us to monitor. The attendance piece, as we talked about, student behaviors, as we have discussed, students' participation in athletics and extracurriculars. So we plan to continue to share those pieces unless you direct us otherwise.
Thank you so much. Board Member Weinberg.
So I have a brief question, and I think I missed the last meeting that you all had where you discussed this, but in clarifying that you would add a brief graduation cohort update, is there any way that we can maybe not do brief, but actually give us some in-depth information regarding that? So what do you mean by brief?
Sorry, with respect to graduation cohort data, we can give you updates on how the cohort is progressing, understanding that we won't know, again, the real data until the following year. So I'm not sure. We can give you updates on credits being earned, students passing courses, credentials offered, credentials earned, seals. Students may earn seals that we are offering as a district, if that would be helpful.
It would be helpful, and I think I was just thrown off by the word brief, because I still do think, although it's not one of our particular goals that you have here for the upcoming year, I still think that it is important to kind of emphasize and discuss our graduation rates within the district.
Is that it?
That's it. Okay. Thank you.
Vice President Bolton.
Yes, thank you. This is helpful. Just some points of clarification. I personally am glad that the credentialing has stayed in as an important effort, since that is our readiness is one area where we actually met state standards. And I think it was in an effort as a result of us emphasizing the credentialing. But I have a point of clarification. Because I think part of what we've learned is that we don't want to have so many goals that we're watching. And I know we wanted to limit, so help me out. If we have the superintendent's goals that we have mutually agreed to that are part of her evaluation, that's a given. We've agreed to that. Are we now, but those will be the topics on which she will be evaluated. But we also have these other goals that we're carrying forward from our previous strategic plan, and maybe in preparation for our coming strategic plan, because they're part of our goals and guardrails. So are we doing both of those things? Are they separated by some of it's being the evaluation for the superintendent, and the other is that what's ongoing work of the board, because it's important? If somebody can help me out with that clarification, that would be helpful to me.
I'll certainly try.
Great, thank you.
So there was a concern, I think we've done these things unfortunately in a silo, and it has been lifted up that perhaps there needs to be more alignment. So the goals, we set those goals not looking at the strategic goals. We set the goals for the superintendent. Can you go to slide 3, Rob? We set those goals for the superintendent without considering strategic plan goals that are currently expired, but not considering that. In our discussions, many of the board members, I'm sorry, the one that says her goals. There we go. Many of the board members shared, well, hey, I'm cool with these goals, but there were things that were missing. And so we spent an hour discussing what maybe should be added, what maybe should be taken away, in an effort to get to 5, because there was a lot of discussion around having only 5. We're not following Council of Great City Schools information anymore, but yet there was discussion around sticking to 5. There were some board members that said the goals that are missing are significant and the superintendent should be held accountable to those goals. So there was discussion, we've already approved these 5, but there's discussion to either amend and add the others that are missing so that there will be an accountability for more to align with and not get rid of the strategic goals that we had also voted on. Or are we wanting to just hold these 5 and then not worry about the other ones? So that's what there was not a motion on the floor, but there was discussion to say, hey, is everybody okay with these 5? Everyone was not okay with these 5. So I made an assignment to the superintendent. Can you put down what's missing? Because we didn't see that. We didn't see them aligned at the same time. So that's what this is. This is further discussion. Hopefully we can put it to bed today. Are we keeping 5? Are we making 6 or 7? Are we going to amend the 5? What are we going to do? And so that's what this is. Does that help you?
That helps me. Or in addition, are there 2 parts? One is for superintendent evaluation, one is for continuing monitoring and oversight by the board of the process or the instructional efforts. I mean, it can be this, that, or both, or it could be that there are 2 separate things. One's for the evaluation, and one is work that the board should be doing because we think those things are important, and we want to continue to monitor those because of their importance.
Well, I think for me, there's one thing on the table, which is the superintendent, the expectation for the superintendent around the goals and the things that the superintendent is going to be held accountable for. In addition to those things right there, which currently there are only 5, we have an expired strategic plan that has goals on it that the superintendent should be held accountable for that are no longer any place if we get rid of them. And so we can make it 2, if you would like to, if that's what you're proposing. Another board member is proposing, hey, let's just put it all together as we work on a strategic plan. That is, again, what this meeting is for, is to discern what are we doing? Do you want to just add them here? Do you want to amend these 5 to stick with 5? What is it that you want to do? Because we've never seen them side by side together. So that's been part of the problem. Some board members said, I'm fine with just working on the 5, and they may or may not have realized that graduation, which the superintendent had been held accountable for, is no longer there. So I think we're doing a lot at the same time, but I want to get around the table and not just talk myself. So let's start over here with Board Member Matt.
I think one additional thing to add in terms of the strategic plan being soon to expire, one of the things that I elevated was that there were targets. The targets weren't met for some of the strategic plan goals. We met the annual targets, but we didn't meet the actual goal. And so that's to Board Member Bolton's point of, okay, are we focusing on just one? Are we focusing on the 5 superintendent goals that she said that we'll evaluate her on in addition to the strategic plan goals? That was the point that I raised. Where I am today, I am okay with having the superintendent have the 25-26 goals as a start, from my understanding, as a start of the strategic plan, with parameters where there needs to be interim targets for what are those interim targets set by the superintendent? What is our having more goals that are stated more boldly for the next upcoming years? And also, and then she may have this in here, talking about the historical trend and perspective, but also the reflection piece to say this is areas in which we're looking to do differently and why, having some rationale, having some understanding around those, just so that we're not monitoring all of these different things and not being able to focus on one specific task. And so I think Board Member Lindy brought it up at the last meeting. It may be a little helpful for the superintendent to make sure that there's ownership in setting the goals. And so I agree with the collaboration, I agree with the ownership. And so for me, that means that there's going to be more accountability, at least for me as a board member. If this is something that we're saying that we agree to, there's going to be a strong push from my seat around the accountability towards meeting those targets for this particular year, in addition to maybe setting some more some bolder goals for the upcoming years.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Lindy?
Yeah, I think the presentation and the recommendations from the superintendent look good to me. I think there are trade-offs on all sides of this. I think the narrower we get, the easier it is to focus, and the more we show that we ourselves can prioritize. I think that is a good thing for us to model. The downside is that we exclude stuff that really matters, and it's hard. And I think the downside, obviously, to having too much on here is no human being can effectively focus on 20 different things at once, particularly leading an organization of this size and complexity. So I think at the end of the day, she's going to be the person who has to make it work. And I think the presentation that she put forward here today in the recommendation looks like a perfectly thoughtful way of navigating through all of that.
Can I just add one other thing?
Real quick.
I'm sorry. So while these may be the goals for this particular year, I do think that it is important to maintain the guardrails, because I think that is a community value that we should work to uphold.
Board Member Craig?
So two things real quick. To maybe, and certainly Superintendent, correct me if my understanding of what you delivered in this presentation is different, but I think which she brought to us is that the 5 goals that we agreed to, voted on, and approved are the goals that we will judge her by, right? Those are the things we've said we're going to hold her responsible for. There are still important things, and to Board Member Lindy's point, there are still important things that the district has to do, and there's still important things that we need to monitor that she has now offered to still keep before the board, so we have an idea of how those things are also going. So while those may not be specifically, and I give the great example, graduation, quite honestly, the graduation numbers we would be evaluating her on are the students who already graduated. Like, there's nothing more she will do this year to improve the graduation numbers that are in our report card outside of monitoring and finding out where those other students who did not graduate ended up. But as we go forward, as we build a new strategic plan, as we talk about the things we as a district had to be committed to, there are absolutely good reasons to look at how people are progressing towards graduation, how the students who are still within the district are working towards those goals that ultimately will be part of whatever strategic plan is created. So I think to directly answer the question Board Member Bolton raised, I think there is the 5 that we're going to certainly say, Superintendent, you are responsible. These are the things we're monitoring in addition to the state standards. There are other things that were part of what we created when we did the goals and guardrails that the superintendent has said, I think those are still important, and I still want to keep the board informed on them. And I think that's actually absolutely reasonable to do, and it's a good way for us to also still be able to monitor the things that are important to, as we're building the next strategic plan and as we're talking about what our goals in the future will be. The one thing that I will maybe add an additional thought to that, so certainly that first part, if that's kind of what I was hearing from you, is that correct? Okay. The second thing I will say is that I do think at some point what we have to do within this new strategic plan is identify those things within the district where we feel are our most important things that we must be focused on because of the results we either were seeing or the change in our political climate will cause these things to be the most important. And I raise that because I think there are some areas where we have seen some growth and some things that we've seen really important, but there are areas where we will get less investment going forward. So we just had a wonderful conversation about MLL students. Guess what? We're going to lose less money in the future years for these students because the federal government is basically taking that money away. We talk about providing resources for our students with disabilities and ways to foster some of that work with those students. And our state has said, guess what, you're gonna get less money to do that. And so I think those may be also something that we think about in the strategic plan as to, there may be areas that we have to target, not necessarily because they're just important from an academic standpoint or from a report card standpoint, but because we know that they're gonna need dollars that we don't have, and that might mean it's a priority. And so I just, that would be the only thing I would say is that as we look at our report card going forward, if we can also identify those things that may become a priority because it's a need that we've already assessed that we're going to provide, but may have some priority as to what should we be looking at to show that there's growth in that need or that we're addressing that need, as opposed to necessarily a specific like grade point average or something to that, like some of those other things that we certainly look at. So those are my two quick thoughts.
Thank you. Board Member Crossett.
Yeah, I would agree with much of what's been said. I think having 5 goals is plenty. It gives us a chance to focus. I think monitoring all the other things is very important too. I think many of those things other things, guardrails that we monitor contribute to the success of those goals. But I think the other thing is important to note is that this is a collaboration. Those are our goals as a board too. Those are the goals that we're accountable to the public for. So I just remember that, keep that perspective too, that it's all of us trying to make this go well. So thank you.
Great. So let me try to summarize what I'm hearing, although that could probably be problematic too. So I'm hearing that everyone is fine with these 5 goals remaining as they are, have already been approved, no additions. We are going to, if you go to slide, yes, we're going to, thank you, Rob. We're going to accept this recommendation from the superintendent and continue to monitor the graduation cohort and the guardrails as we've already approved them previously, a couple of years ago. Everyone good? All right.
We're accepting the recommendation.
Yes. Is everyone good? Yes? Board
Yes,
Member
just process question. When are we looking to start planning the strategic plan goals?
The new strategic plan, yes, ma'am. We have a bid out right now to help us just with getting this off the ground and to assist us with the engagement pieces and who all needs to come to the table to help inform what our plan will be. Then just for clarification from the last presentation, then we will implement over the course of the next, I think we agreed to 4 years of a strategic plan. So that bid is out now. I think it's been out for about a week. I'm looking at Mr. Burkhardt, he's nodding. I think we have another week that it's out there.
Board Member Lindy.
Thank you. Did you send that RFP notice to us?
No. What, you said it's not closed, right? Okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Board Member Crossett.
Another thing to keep in mind, and I think Ben or Board Member Lindy and Board Member Mapp can help me, but I know when we crafted the policy, we also put in a component of a sort of a 3-year trend look. And we haven't really been able to do that, but with this new strategic plan, maybe we can incorporate that and have that be part of what the policy looks like. Did I get that right?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I would just say I think we did do that with the goal setting, because for each of those areas, we looked at a 3-year trend and we saw what improvement, are we saying the same thing or different things?
I think we're saying the same thing, but just keep it in mind as we go forward with our strategic plan, that's part of what we might put into the strategic.
That's right.
Yep.
I mean, this is why I think our Algebra 1 goal is still too low, because our aspirations to be in the bottom third of improvement over the last 3 years. This was, and I think it was that analysis that revealed that. But I do think that's an important thing for us to do. I'm going to say this in every meeting. Thanks.
So we are agreeing, we are agreeing to accept the recommendation of the superintendent. And then we look forward to having our, well, yeah, but we look forward to also having all of our SACALs be academics. And so board members, we can certainly ask questions. I'm going to continue to ask questions around graduation rate and all of the other things that we have guardrails on as well. So let's take a vote, Mr. Augustin, I'm sorry, Board Member Matt.
When can we expect to see the interim targets that you have for these, for the goals that you set?
I'm sorry, when can you expect to see the internal targets?
Interim
Interim.
targets, because
So-
you just have, this is the goal for 25, 26, but when do we see the interim targets that you're planning to meet? Because again, if we're going to be monitoring the data for these goals.
So my plan is to, as we did today with the scorecard, is to share the benchmark data along the way. So we had the fall benchmark, we'll have a winter, and that's what we're using to inform where we're going to land when it comes to the spring third grade testing. Am I not understanding you?
No, I think you are, but I think, again, so we have an idea of what target you're trying to, what interim target you're trying to meet to make sure that there's accountability to that. I think that's what I'm looking for and what's important, at least to me.
Yes, ma'am. I did not set interim targets based on the 5 goals that you approved. I thought the conversation was keeping up with the, or still sharing out about the current goals and interims and guardrails. That's not right.
So I'm saying for me to accept the 5 goals, I am recommending that there are interim benchmarks along the way, not just reporting out to say, this is how we're tracking. What goals are you, what interim targets are you working to meet with your team to make sure that we are on track with that overall goal?
I do not have those. At this point, I'd have one test, and that would be the winter benchmarks, which they're going to take during the month of December. I did not know that was the expectation.
And so the one test is the, what, third grade? What is the one?
No,
test?
ma'am. So the formative assessment is we have a fall benchmark, we have a winter benchmark. Then we have the testing in the spring, the state testing in the spring. We have done the fall benchmark, so that would leave me then with a winter benchmark that is done in December.
Okay.
So your question, did I set a target for that? I did not.
Okay.
I did not understand, I didn't know that was an expectation. I thought when the interims were brought up last meeting, I thought you were talking about the current interims that are with the current strategic plan.
But if the goal has changed, the targets would change, right? The interim targets would change.
So not necessarily, okay, let me,
Well, I'm a little confused then.
all right, we're going to clarify.
Help clarify.
No, I want to
because-
make sure that everyone is clear before we move on. Board Member Craig?
So when we created before the goals and the guardrails, the reason why we did interim goals is that we said we gave a goal for a 3-year plan.
Yes.
So at the end of 3 years, this is where we were set to be. The interim goals were supposed to be each year. How do we get to that 3rd-year goal? And so when we decided to move away from that and say we were going to do goals for just 1 year, we had not, at no point had we ever asked the superintendent to create a mid-year goal in that assessment. And in large part is we still would give monitoring information. We would still get information as throughout the year, and we would see whether or not we were on track or off track. That was something that was regularly done at the, where we're now calling the Cal meeting. But what we did not, we had historically not done with the goals and guardrails is to do a interim goal within the year. And in large part because the only thing we were trying to hold the superintendent accountable was the end of year results that would show where they were. I think we can certainly still monitor and certainly still say those are things that we would want to see whether or not we're on track or off track. I think my challenge with us saying we're going to do that from a holding accountable standpoint is we only do one official evaluation of the superintendent, and that is at the end of the year. We give a mid-year review, but we don't do a full assessment as a part of a mid-year review. And so, this gets back into a little bit of where the interims were supposed to be each year, what we're doing towards the longer year goal. So that was what we established.
So ultimately, we're saying this 25, 26 goal or goals that we're approving are interim goals.
They're essentially a review, a replacement of where we were supposed to be going towards for the 26, 27. And so it was only 1 year, and that was all we established as her goal. We didn't establish in any votes anything mid-year that would go towards that full year goal.
I think that part of the problem is that we are kind of conflating some things together.
We're trying to do two
And
things.
we are trying to do two things at once. Something has expired, and the process that we did before, when we created all this, was multi-year. So that's why we kind of had, it was like we did it in 2022, 23, and it was for goals that were at 25, 26. So you would have interims because we wanted to monitor those things because the timeline was longer. This time, her goals are only for 1 year. So we don't have interims per se. It doesn't mean we can't ask questions, doesn't mean we can't hold her accountable. It just means we still have them, but they're not formal like before. I'm just looking around, does anyone want to expand and say it differently? Vice President Bolton, you had your hand up.
No, I was just going to say the problem we're having is we're trying to do two things at the same time, which is the initial problem I had in the beginning. But I think for her 5, that's a year-long goal. It's when the evaluation is going to be done. So if Member Mapp is looking for something, okay, halfway to that year, do you want some sort of target? We've not had annual targets like that. So I think, semi-annual or whatever you call it, semester break targets. So I don't feel the need necessarily to do that as long as we've got benchmarks that we're following, rather than interim goals that it's just trying to reach. So again, I think the confusion is doing a couple of different things at the same time. But for those 5, it wouldn't be the same process that we used for the multi-year goals that we had in the strategic plan.
Doesn't mean that we can't hold her accountable and her team accountable for them. It just means it's structured a little differently. And what we can also do as we work through these goals, as we look forward beyond 25, 26, we can establish a different process if that's what we want to do. Because that's what we've done this time, is establish this process as the strategic plan is expiring. So right now, we have I'm sorry, cross it. No, because I'm going to call for a vote.
I just wanted to remind everyone, in the policy, we have a mid-year review, and it's worth 10% of the.
10%.
And the purpose of that review isn't to necessarily meet a target or meet a goal, but it is a moment to see how we're tracking towards the goal, so that if we need to take any different action in the second half of the year, that we can do that. So that may not, I think it's very difficult to set mid-year goals. I would be reluctant to do that. But it is part of our policy that helps us get at an interim moment during the school year. So.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
So as a point of order, oh wait, did you want to say something?
I just think that whatever you all as the full board decide, I think that the process, and I'm just speaking from me, it can create a lot of confusion as to what we're working towards. And also, what I don't want us to do is get in the habit of regularly changing what our goals are or what our targets are.
I agree. I think this is just a unique time because we've got the strategic plan that is expiring, and we're also dealing with superintendent goals. If we were just doing the strategic goals, I think it would be different. It would be very clear. It would be clearer. But because we're trying to do two things at one time, the timing is just crazy. The superintendent goals, we can revamp those regularly if we need to, but strategic goals, we really should keep those over time.
Right, so are we saying at this point in time, at this juncture, that the superintendent's goals is going to be a part of the strategic plan for this particular year? Or is it going to be, the strategic plan goals are going to be set after 25, 26? Because I recall was conversation before that maybe this will be the start of that strategic plan schedule or array of goals. I don't know.
So I want to understand your question before we vote. This is, the strategic plan goals haven't really been established yet because we don't have
Right,
a company.
I understand
So
it.
we're establishing those. And this superintendent goals will be some of the baseline data that we will use to build for the strategic plan, which calls for time, the 4 years. So for instance, increasing the percentage of third graders proficient in reading on the Ohio State test from 55.7 to 59.7. In our strategic plan, we need to be beyond that 59.7. So that will be over, I'm going to give an example. This is nothing to hold me to. From the strategic plan from 26 to 30, let's just do that. The third grade proficiency rate will go from 59.7 to 65 point whatever. I'm just giving numbers. So that will be the baseline. This is our foundation to start from. And we can decide to make those as aggressive or not based on community feedback and staff feedback, et cetera, which to Board Member Lindy's point was part of the reason why he said we should be more assertive in our goal, because it was over a bigger period of time. We would have more time to get that. So does that make sense? So this is kind of the foundation, but this is not the end all for the strategic plan at all. This is kind of our jumping off point.
Okay, collecting baseline data to prepare for the strategic plan.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to, point of order, call for a vote that we accept the recommendations of the superintendent for the 25-26 goals and as outlined.
So moved.
First, second. Okay, do we need a roll call vote, or are we going to say all in favor? Okay, well, let's do roll call then. Roll call?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. Okay. Moving on. Our next order of business is to appoint a delegate to the Ohio School Board Association 2025 Capitol Conference, which is coming up this weekend, guys. We have a resolution as presented. We do need to appoint an official delegate of those that are going to the conference. So who all is going? Is everyone going? So Board Member Craig and, are you going? Board Member Lindy are not going. The rest of us are going. Is there anyone who would like to put their name in? I am a trustee, but I'm not the official delegate. The official delegate will be voting.
Do you want to be the official delegate?
I will be if no one else wants it.
I would not like to put my name in, but I would like to recommend Board Member Crossett.
Board Member Crossett, well, do you accept the recommendation?
Sure.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Does anyone else want to do it? Okay, so we have an official delegate now.
Write the name in.
So do we need to vote on that?
Yep.
Okay, well, let's vote.
It'll be great.
Mrs. Weinberg made the motion.
Made the motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
All right, Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolton?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. Vice President Bolton, please present your topic. Onboarding new board members.
Yes, we, as a result of the elections, first of all, congratulations on behalf of the rest of the board members that weren't on the ballot this time. We congratulate those of you that have been elected or re-elected. So we will do an applause. Unfortunately, we're losing one of our incumbents, and that is a heartbreak for many of us, all of us. And so we now will find at the end of the whole year, be able to wish Member Weinberg Godspeed. And now we have a new member coming in, and that new member is going to need to be onboarded. And so the onboarding process, last time I think, did you work through that one, sir, Mr. Craig?
Yeah, there's a whole plan that we approved as the onboarding plan to do that included information from the treasurer's office and the general counsel's office, as well as a schedule of things to do.
There is a section in the bylaws, the board bylaws, that says what would need to happen. So we just have to, through consensus, agree that we will onboard the new person. And is there anybody on the current board that wants to take that responsibility? Does the president want that responsibility? A member want that? Anybody, particularly president?
Well, how about I do this? I work with Board Member Craig, who devised it, and then we'll get that together.
As long as we also function by our bylaws and protocol, which I think that's what it is, right?
I will say the onboarding starts with the board president has a role, the superintendent has a role, the treasurer has a role, the general counsel has a role. And so it's a fairly, yep. So it's fairly easy to, if you want me to navigate to make sure everybody did their part or whatever, get the materials out to everybody again, but it's pretty straightforward.
Okay.
So.
We will work together to fulfill that commitment.
And I do know that board staff has already reached out to HR regarding some of the clerical sorts of things that have to happen to onboard Ms. Armbruster. So
we are on it. We
that's it.
are, they're already working on getting her email together, and she's already been abreast as to a tentative timeline. She's met the board staff via email. And so she's.
Bylaws also allow us, if we wish to invite her to board meetings. And in some previous times, new members not yet sworn in have attended, it's not regularly, but have attended even some important executive sessions if the board wishes them to do so.
It was noted that we didn't get that invitation when we were running. No, she will, I believe, come to the December 8th meeting. You will get a chance to see her online. Board Member Lindy.
I'm just remembering when I was incoming, and Carolyn did invite me to come to the, I'm not going to say she liked me more than she liked the rest of you who didn't get invited, but it may have just been a difference of one new board member versus there were 3 of you. I don't know. All I'm saying is it was nice. It was an invitation I appreciated. I learned a lot. And I don't see a downside. I don't think it's my decision, but my recommendation would be that we extend that invite to Carrie. And I mean, she's busy. She may not be able to join. Who knows? Actually, I think she'd totally join. But I think it would be a nice invitation to extend.
Well, I'm glad you all approved because we've already done that. We've already reached out to her, and she could not make it today. That's why we've landed on December the 8th. We are working on her email. I'm telling you, we got some kick-tail staff. They are already on it.
They do most of the onboarding.
I would then just like to say thank you.
You're
and
welcome.
I did not know that, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. So we're already there. All right. Does that take care of your review of
Yep.
board bylaws?
That's it.
And so let's talk about the discussion around board policy 5421 grading. Somebody from the policy committee.
I think that's Ben, isn't it?
Ben
Sure.
or Mary or.
Happy to. So we've had, I think, a really interesting discussion about grading for 2 successive policy committee meetings. And this felt like an issue that was interesting enough and important enough that we wanted to get feedback from the board on some emerging ideas. So we could take the feedback from the board back to the policy committee. We're actually going to meet this Friday because the Thanksgiving holiday makes the last Friday of this month tricky. And so what I would love to do is spend just a minute or two sharing with the full board what our discussions have been about in the policy committee. Superintendent, you're kind about joining the last one and sharing your perspective, and your team did a bunch of research. So if I miss anything, I'm glad that we could maybe do this together. And I have my policy committee colleagues on either side if I miss something. But then just get feedback from the board. That is our only ask tonight. There's no recommendation for you to approve anything, but we'd like feedback.
Okay.
So if that's all right, then I think that it might be helpful. Rob, I think you have a copy of the document that we used in the policy committee meeting. And it's, I think, easiest if we look at this together for a minute. Okay. And I don't know if this is on board docs for tonight. It's definitely on board docs from the policy committee meeting on the, I guess, the 31st. It was Halloween. And so if people want to look at it on their screens, it is on board docs for that meeting. But what you have here are graphs from 3 different schools. These are all real schools in CPS. And each blue dot represents a 5th grade student at that school. Each graph is set up exactly the same way. And I'll just talk about what's on that horizontal x-axis first, and then what's on the y-axis. But the horizontal axis shows what grade the student received in math. And it's set up like a grade point average. So if a student is at a 4, it means they got an A in math. If a student is at a 3, it means they got a B in math. You'll notice that there's some like 2.5 grades. If you see something like that, it just means they got 1 grade first quarter, a different grade second quarter, and the average grade for the semester is that fraction. So that's the x-axis. What's the grade in 5th grade math? I think this is a fall semester grade. The y-axis is the score that the student received on the winter iReady assessment. So that's our one of the internal nationally norm referenced tests that we use in the district in many grade levels. And the I think important way of reading that number is a student who is at 50 on that scale of 0 to 100 is a student who's at grade level nationally for that subject and grade. So it's helpful, I think, to look at school C first, because you'll notice that there are these 2 green circles, and we talked about this in policy two times now. But the idea is, if you look at in school C, students who are getting A's, those blue dots all the way at the 4 end of the x-axis, are at or above grade level for the most part. So if I'm a parent and the only piece of information I have is the grade that the student brings home on the report card, and I infer that my student is getting an A, therefore my student is at or above grade level, that is an accurate inference that parent could draw from that report card. Same with low grades. If my student goes to school C, I see a D come home on the report card or an F come home on the report card, I am accurately going to infer that student is below grade level. So C is a school where there's a good, I think, reasonable relationship between grade and math performance level. But if you flip to school B, it's a really different story. In school B, you can see lots of students who are getting A's on the report card, but are in fact multiple grade levels behind in math performance. And so if I'm a parent and the only piece of information I have is the report card, and I see my student come home with an A, I might reasonably infer that my student's in great shape. And that's not accurate. The student's actually multiple grade levels behind. So that's the difference between school C and school B. School A is interesting too, because it's got a mix. The students who are getting A's, or a mix of A's and B's, are at or above grade level. However, there are a number of students in school A who are getting B's on the report card, but are in fact below or significantly below grade level. So again, if I'm a parent in school A, the only information I have is the report card. I see my student come home with a B. I might infer that student's doing great when that is in fact not the case. And so we had, I think, a number of really interesting discussions about this. And I know, grades and performance levels are different. I think it's good that our grades reflect lots of other pieces of information, like effort, participation, turning assignments in on time, projects, teamwork. Like grades are holistic. I think grades should be holistic. I think the risk is if the grade is the only thing the parent is seeing, that parent can miss really important information. So the policy idea that we have been discussing is, what if there were some way to include on the report card, I mean, let's keep it as it is, we're not changing the way students are graded, but let's put on that same piece of paper the math level. Let's put on that same piece of paper the reading level. That way the information is coming home to the parent in a place where they're used to looking. I'll stop talking in a second, I promise, but I think in at least some schools, the iReady results come home. I know this because I get my daughters. So I know that it comes home. But I think there are two issues with the iReady reports that go home. One, I've worked in education for 20 years, and I know what to look for in the iReady report. If you haven't, it can be a little overwhelming. And it can show up that your student has improved when in fact they're still quite far below where they should be. The second thing is just anecdotally, not every parent in every school is getting the iReady report. And so there certainly are parents in some schools who don't even see the report in the first place. I think that just makes the case even more strongly. So we talked about this in September. We asked the administration to come and let us know, is this even possible to put this on a report card? How would you do it? What do you like or not like about it? I'll leave it to the superintendent, I think, to share what she and her team shared with us. But these are the conversations we've been having. Oh, yes, Mrs. Weinberg.
And just to add, it was actually a really, really good conversation, and we had some other key things that we talked about. But the purpose is just being very transparent with their families so that they are aware of what's going on and whether, we are providing the grade level, the reading level, the math level, but also if their child is on a RIMP and if they're getting that intervention so that they're aware and knowing these are the steps of what we're trying to do to help your child as well. So thank you for that explanation.
So there were members present from the curriculum team who were supportive. There were members from ITM to discuss technically, can we do this? They were a bit more reserved, but thought with given time to do it, they would be able to be successful. I believe they were asked if they could possibly come to Friday's meeting with more of a timeline, and so that's the current plan.
Yeah.
Board Member Craig.
So maybe two questions, and will probably help me understand a little bit better what's also being asked of us today. First question is, are we saying that there's a particular change we want to make to the specific policy itself that would effectuate the ability to do what is kind of being explored? And then I think the second question on my end, there is somewhat of a difference between like what we do as far as your grades and your transcript, and as far as what information should be made available to a parent within a reporting system, right? So like you could have a system that could provide, or that we would be committed to providing certain information in a manner that the parent would be able to receive it, versus are we talking about putting this into like whatever your report card is or that type of deal that historically may not have been on that same document or on that same thing that gets shared out beyond just what is shared with the parent each quarter or each semester kind of deal?
It's a great couple of questions. I think that the idea that we have been developing is writing into the grading policy a requirement that we communicate proactively to parents on the report card information about reading level and math level. I think we haven't written language yet because we want, whatever it is, we want to recommend something that is technologically feasible and smart from the administration's perspective. But I think I figured we had this board meeting between policy meetings, really see like, do people like this idea? Do people have other feedback for us? So that when we do come back with something, if we come back with something, it reflects as much board member feedback as possible.
The only, I guess, maybe clarifying thought then that I have is that just having that conversation also around what goes on to the transcript, because I think this is where I would say there's information we don't share traditionally outside that is part of what a student might ask. A student has to give their transcript over to go to college or go to other programs. And that part, we would then be conveying information that they may not, A, want to share, that has nothing to do with them going into that, but B, we would, anything where that information would automatically be included on something that gets shared out would have to be something a parent approved of. And I think that part of it, to me, would be the only concern I'd have if we've made it part of the report card, because historically, basically that information is replicated onto whatever is provided as part of the transcript process.
I think it's really helpful feedback.
Great. Vice President Bolton?
Yeah, I want to second that regarding the transcript. The transcript is sacrosanct. We cannot, as an organization, find a way to damage our outgoing children or teenagers. So whatever is going to be on the report card, we have to be very careful that that information is not necessarily on the transcript. I have some issues about if the only courses that have grade level as part of it, once again, math and language arts become the primary thing that we're all doing instead of teaching enough science, teaching enough social studies, teaching enough arts. So I have an issue there. It just doubles down on the testing piece that we've all had to live through for 25 years now, which is perhaps some reason, obviously, the general citizenry doesn't understand their civic responsibilities anymore. But I think it's good that our report cards are more reflective of where the kid is so that the parent has an understanding. I do think that there is a risk when you look at should reading level be part of any report card. The anti is usually that it creates a labeling process that will then get reestablished and reaffirmed at home. And that that might be good for some parents, but for other parents, it might be, could be devastating to the kid. But sacrosanct transcript, that's a different situation than the report card. I also, and no offense to all of the wonderful administrators, but I want to hear from people that are still grading to tell me how they feel about what the report card should look like. I want to hear from teachers who have to live with these kids and worry about them and develop them and socialize them. I really want to have more than an administrative recommendation. I want this, at least the policy committee, to have more time spent with teachers in all different subjects and how they feel about grading. But I think it's important work. And thank you for bringing it to begin some sort of board discussion.
Great. Did you want to comment?
I want to hear from Mr. Crossett.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Sure. That might be a first. I'm kidding. No, I agree with getting feedback to the parents regarding, especially if their child is behind reading level or math level. I think that's really important. My comment is really tangential. I continue to get feedback, and I've given the feedback to administration that the Focus software is hard to navigate when it comes time to look for grades. So maybe there's some dashboard component of Focus that could incorporate both grades and the reading level, math level information that's more easily accessible for parents. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So I just wanted to give you my feedback.
Oh, yes. Even though you were at the meeting.
Well, I was at the meeting, so I saw this already, and it amazed me when I saw it. I kind of felt some of that just with my own kids and my own experiences as a parent and their friends, but also having just come off the campaign trail, it is very clear that parents are looking for more clarity on understanding grades. And I think that is inclusive of the report card. And the group that was here earlier today for the board meeting, it was a group that I spoke at, and parents shared that they wanted to know how to read their report card. They were concerned that they didn't say it the way I'm going to say it, and that there was a difference between where their kid is performing for them and what is being told to them on a report card. They say it in language like, well, I don't understand, he got all A's last year, but then this teacher's saying that he's not proficient. So I think we can do a lot around parent education around understanding their students' grades, around communicating more effectively with their teachers, actually in a partnership. And I think it starts with understanding the report card. And at a bare minimum, what grade level did your son or daughter test at when they, on their most recent test? Just simple language, and then allowing them to see that so that the teacher's job could potentially be a little easier in the parent having knowledge of where their student stands educationally. To that point, I think we also need to survey parents. We need to get data from parents as well, even if it's very quickly and loosely, around what their feelings are on the report card and what their feelings are around this in a simplified way. But I just don't think it should be siloed. To Board Member Bolton's point, let's hear from the educators, but also let's hear from the parents around what they want. And I don't think it should take long. Like, I don't think we should be talking about this for, well, in a year and a half, we can do this. It doesn't have to take a long time. Unfortunately, we start things and then it's 18 months later. It doesn't have to take that long. So I would invite brevity into this conversation. Board Member Weinberg?
And just to kind of just provide a little bit of perspective, I think Board Member Crossett mentioned something about focus. So currently in Focus, I don't know if you all know this, but they actually already have the codes in here. So it says fluency is not on grade level. So I think it's up to the particular teacher in the particular class. They can add that comment. And so right here it says math is not on math level. So we have it, it's just it's not being used. So if we can figure out a way to ensure that this comment can be put into Focus, it says that it gives you a grade summary, it tells you that it gives you a comment code, and I'm assuming it can obviously be removed. It doesn't follow, it doesn't stay, but it is giving information to parents so that they're able to see. It's just that we need to utilize it.
Board Member Mapp, did you want to comment?
So, yes, I was one of the members in the policy committee that did support it, just again, to make sure that there was that level of transparency. Obviously, not where it would have unintended consequences or do any type of harm to our students, because we want to make sure that we are elevating our students and highlighting their growth and their achievement from a holistic perspective. But I do think that it creates not only the transparency, but I think it creates the accountability across the district. If I say regularly, if we're not attending to this, these types of things, or if we have so many different, platforms in which we have to access, that creates that lack of continuity, and so, and as well as that dissonance. And so, making sure that we have one streamlined approach to ensure that, yes, we're reflecting where the students are on a holistic standpoint, but also more importantly, to make sure that we are ensuring that our students are where they need to be in terms of being at grade level or above grade level. And so I think it really is imperative and incumbent upon us to make sure that we're having those honest and transparent conversations so that we are able to make sure that we're driving our data forward. I think it goes back into that high quality instruction material and curriculum. We received a dashboard where we have 30% of our students using the curriculum. Teachers using the curriculum. That's problematic, and if we're connecting it to where our students are in terms of academics, all of those things speak to one another. And so I think it's an accountability piece for all of us across the district to ensure that our students are working towards grade level proficiency or above. The students will be able to be aware of their data, the parents are aware of their data, the teachers are aware of the data. As a district, we are aware of the data to, again, reach those overall goals that we have.
Okay, Vice President Bolton?
Yes, just a practical standpoint, a couple things. I think you will witness grades going down, because there will be a greater sense on the part of the teacher that if the kid's not reading at grade level, they're probably going to be less likely to, and we might call that grade escalation. Sometimes it's a tool for growth and development for a kid and a teacher's relationship. And also the grade level piece, much of what you do when you're grading is that you're comparing that child or that teenager to the cohort in which they are running. not necessarily on some national field of competition. So I think this is so important that we're talking about this. I think it needs to be talked a great deal, but I do think we need to even have additional research about the positives and the negatives to it. But it's really important too, even when you talk in terms of grade point average. And perhaps there is too much escalation in grade point average, especially with the additional weighting systems that we have. So there's lots of issues to talk about this, and that's why I think we do need to have the practitioners participate in this. Thanks.
I think the subjectivity of grading has definitely been discussed from a research standpoint quite a bit on how one teacher's A might be another teacher's C. I've been in a class before where the teacher was like, this is C work, and another teacher read it and approved it. So there are concerns around that. I think what I'm talking about, and I don't know if this is to clarify for you, but parents' ability to understand from a testing standpoint where their kids are, not necessarily individual grade levels, but I'm talking about where their son or daughter tested. And maybe you all are talking about something bigger, like more classroom grades. I'm talking about a parent should be able to know that their son or daughter passed the third grade proficiency. And that's at a very minimum, that's not subjective, that is more, they passed this test, and this ties into report card data. So the things that we are measured upon as a district, as a school, I think more clarity around those things is what I'm talking about. I don't know what you all are speaking of. I think that's a start. That's exactly where we could start very quickly. It doesn't have to take a lot, but that's just reporting out in a different manner what is already being tested and reported to the state. So that's just my feedback, yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think 100%. I think I was going to add 2 points in response to what Member Bolden had shared earlier. I think on the teacher and on the people who are grading papers, I think that's right. I agree with you. I think, and it's just, I think illustrated for me, we have, I think in every policy committee, some member from CFT present. And so I know that Karen was at both of the meetings, certainly the most recent one. I don't want to assume that she feels X or Y about it. I can think of other examples where it's been really clear that CFT did not agree with something I was proposing in policy committee. Sure. And there was an absence of that at these 2 meetings. But we have another one coming up on Friday. And whether it's CFT or any teaching, it's hard to come to a policy committee meeting in the middle of the day when you're teaching. So we'll try to find some other ways too. But I think that's important. We have had at least one CFT representative at the table or in these meetings, we've talked about it. But we have another one coming up Friday. Would invite any feedback. That also will not be our last conversation about this. So that's just, we've had some, I'm open to more, but it has not been absent. The second thing is just like this is where I agree with Dr. Moffett. Just as a parent, I think both in the abstract and in my actual personal experience with one of my children, it has just been critical that we understand not just what the grade in class is, but what the absolute performance is. Not a nice to have, like absolutely crucial to our family. And that's because I go to it was a school that sent the iReady report home and I knew how to read it. And I think that if we have information and it's that important, we should make it as easy as possible for every single parent to find it. And that's part of what my motivation is, I think, behind some of this. But I look forward to our next conversation. I really appreciate the feedback. And thank you for sharing that.
For those that cannot participate in person, can they email you all?
Oh, sure. Yeah, okay. My email address is on the board website, and we can come up with other ways too.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
And
Board Member Matt.
I would just echo what you were saying in terms of like the data that we receive. That was one of the things that I was speaking about, just the same way that the EOC scores are reflected on the transcript or maybe the high school report card, making that very similar model connect to our elementary middle school students as well, because again, the information is something that we're already being tested, the students are being tested on, the data we already have. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent, I think Ms. Vargo as well as Ms. Campbell was maybe speaking about like the timing of that information coming out. So that is something that we're looking more into.
Well, okay.
I was just going to add, I think certainly support the idea of getting information, especially information around where student places. I know this has been an issue with a number of the different tests that we've had over the years of students who seem to have straight A's but seem to not reflect in their assessment scores. I guess I would only add or only ask for policy to certainly recognize and appreciate maybe what are the multiple ways that could be done to get that information out and what maybe become the most feasible given what a parent might want, what a teacher might want, what a student might need. Because I do recognize also, like sometimes some of these scores come out well after grades would have come out. So if they're not timed out perfectly, it may be information that would be delayed or information that is missed if it's not, if it don't correlate. And so I just think maybe working with the team also to figure out what is that, whether that's having it flash up to some point or have a different method to deliver the information but still get there. But I think, yeah, it's very critical to have the information and really to have it timely is probably most important.
All right, looks like we're good. Did you get everything you needed? Okay. Let's see. Our next topic is an update around the Metro stop at Ethel Taylor. Superintendent Murphy or Mr. Burkhart or somebody.
Mr. Burkhart is coming to talk about the Metro bus stop for Ethel Taylor School.
Good evening. So Ethel Taylor on Beekman has had a lot of construction over the past year and a half. Right before school started, we met, when I say we, transportation as well as myself, Metro, DOTE with the city, as well as the two contractors working on Beekman, all met outside the school to find an alternative stop for Metro as they were transitioning, going from one direction to another. Sadly, the timing on that was really horrible because it happened literally the day before school started, where they transitioned the direction of that traffic. As I spoke to Chief of Staff Ravazio with Metro, we pulled as much data as we possibly can. There were two instances in which the bus did not follow the prescribed route and did not go through the detour as they were supposed to. There were also at least 3 times that the bus was more than 5 minutes late. Those times were 7 minutes, 9 minutes, and 12 minutes respectively, and that's bus 65. They aren't able to track every single day because the point in which they monitor that bus at that, I'm going to call it a 2-block radius, changes based on the detour and the timing, so they don't have actual data. So they do have data for the Beekman and Millvale sites, but nothing north of that. So we are looking at it every week. Mr. Ravazio and I talk weekly, as well as Director Williams and Mr. Ravazio weekly as well. So we are on top of it and making sure it does not get off track.
I just don't see any questions. I have a question for you. The data around the Metro is concerning because I'm wondering if it's a little bit more significant than just that. That bus stop is a concern. And it's far. So I'm interested in, I guess my first question before I make an assignment is, do we chart tardies for students based off of the Metro or the bus? Do we tag that some kind of way in Focus or whatever we're using? Do we have a way to identify students who are late just because of the bus?
I believe we do, Dr. Moffett, but I would want to have an opportunity to make sure that's totally accurate.
Okay, because I know we've talked about that before, because students, the request was that students are not held accountable as tardy for bus tardies. That's not them being tardy, that's the bus getting them there tardy, and that's happened multiple times. So my question is, I'm curious as to the amount of tardies for Ethel Taylor students that take the bus. I would imagine it's more than 3. In fact, I know it's more than 3, because I've heard from more than 3 parents. So I'm interested in, God bless you, what is the number of tardies for Ethel Taylor students from the beginning of this year until to date? Because I think that the number may give us more of an indication as to the accurate number of what that route's effectiveness is. So we'll put that on the list, but I think that's what I'm asking for, is that was a serious concern that I've heard, is bus 65 on the way home and bus 65 dropping off kids, and their distance that they're having to walk to catch the bus, and that they have to get to, when they get dropped off to school, they're walking a significant distance that could make them late because of that bus stop. And in order to get home, they're having to walk a significant distance to catch another bus. So I'm interested in the number of tardies. And if we don't track that, why do we not? Because that's been a concern for more than just Ethel Taylor. And then let's look at that from a district standpoint. Vice President Bolton?
Yes, and I'm going to make this an assignment towards the end of the meeting, but while we're on this topic, I have had neighbors of Pleasant Hill Academy talk to me, and a couple of staff members as well. I think it would behoove the administration to look at the bus stops in front of Pleasant Hill Academy, both the east and the west buses. Because, and some slight movement, not, I'd say would still be in the same block, so to speak, but some movement would be very preferable, largely because the ones going east, we have a great number of kids going in people's private property, both in their front yard and their backyard, God knows where else, and then going west, closer to where the library is. There's a couple of parking lots that both east and west might be better suited. So it would be great, and I'll count that as my assignment so I don't have to repeat it. But that bus stop, I remember just several years ago, the Schroeder High School principal, her first year, it took a while, and I know this won't take that long, but it took a few months and the whole community to help get the metro stop changed at Schroeder High School. That made a world of difference for the neighborhood and for the kids. So yes, something can be just as simple, and it's a matter of yards. And I'm not talking yards in front yards or backyards, but it's a matter of feet that could be very, very important. So I appreciate that. But that's an assignment. But I wanted that topic.
Board Member Craig?
So I think also helpful for in having these type of conversations is one, about the safety of the students getting on and off the bus. That's paramount to the conversation, right? So if they're having to traverse an area that's not safe, that type of deal. I do think this is, again, one of the hardships of trying to also track data on students when they are late, is the question mark of, are they late because they caught the later bus and/or caught, stopped and did something else before they got there, or are they late because the actual bus was running behind schedule? And there could be also a combination of there are buses that just run behind schedule because of other reasons, not just specifically because of our students being on those buses, right? So I think it's a helpful conversation to have with Metro to find out if the bus is not being accurate in timing. One, we may need to have a different conversation also about which bus is the right scheduled bus to catch versus which one they're posting as part of the app or posting as part of their process. So, I mean, I do think having some of those accuracy numbers of just kind of how regularly on schedule the bus is helpful, but it also is helpful to know if a student's catching the right Metro bus. But I do think there's a conversation about when they're leaving school, though, and I think this is a general conversation that we can always have as a board, is to talk around the idea of how many students are able to catch a particular bus at any given time as they leave. Because I do think that's the larger problem that we've seen, and not just here, but this may be even more exacerbated because of the distance the student might have to walk to catch that bus, is that if that first round of buses goes out half empty, second round of buses are going out a lot more full, or that type of situation where you see some of the other schools, you're creating more safety risk by a student trying to pile into a later bus or trying to have students sit around and wait to catch buses that may be less on time or less on track to be on time. So I think it would be helpful to explore both the on-time percentage a little bit more with Metro, but also how regularly do some of these buses come through, especially after school, more so than even before school? Because I think that's, again, the problem I've seen at some of our schools, and I'm sure it probably exists there, and what I've heard from some of the students is that, especially at the 7th and 8th grade level, those students are not necessarily going straight to the bus and/or taking the bus straight to their targeted location, right? And so that may be something that might be guidance we have to give, or something we have to do to push that as well, but it would be helpful to know their on-time percentages for that part.
All right, next topic. A board assignment update around staffing at Pleasant Hill.
Yes, ma'am. Assistant Superintendent.
From Assistant Superintendent Badgett.
Badgett, yes.
I'm back. All right, to give you an update, should be a slide deck, Rob. You okay? All right, to give you an update on P Hill, Pleasant Hill Middle School, the slide deck's coming up. We have interim principal, Mr. Yates, leading P Hill from now to the end of the year. We have he was there at the start of the year, Mr. Craig Gray, assistant principal, and we've also have placed Mr. Larry Williams as a sub-administrator assisting at the Pleasant Hill Middle School campus. Next slide, please. Just to give you some past dates, October 23rd, Pleasant Hill had a parent-teacher night where they had the opportunity to meet the interim principal and his team. We've also kudos to board member Mapp. She came and supported and was introduced as well. December 1st, Pleasant Hill will have their LSTMC meeting. The bottom right-hand side of the screen, you can see we have some engagement. Just want to shout out those engagement dates that are coming up for middle school engagement. So meeting parents where they are, going out into the communities and getting feedback on two things. One, school name. And second thing is, how is the middle school model working? So our first one was today, was in partnership with Jessica Shealy Green, the communications department. We were at Schroeder Middle School right before the board meeting and engaged with some of their parents. They were able to take QR codes and give us feedback again on how the middle school model is working. And then they're also giving us feedback on school name. And then you can see on the side that we have, the next one will be on 11/20 at Evanston and South Avondale. We'll split our times. Those nights are the parent conference nights, so parents are already there in the building, and we're meeting with them while they're there at their child's school. And then you can see Q3, we have the rest of the 3 middle schools on the Q3 dates. Okay, next slide, please. And then I just highlighted, I know the task was to give us some updates on engagement sessions, what's going on in the middle school. So we listed a plethora of dates. They're listed on the screen. And our next slide highlights one of the events that just happened at Ethel M. Taylor. It was a parent help night on Wednesday, November 5th, where parents can learn on how to assist their child in math, science, and ELA, and social studies. So one feedback that we got was, hey, they're coming home with homework. How can we help? How can we help our students? So Principal Snow brought all of his resources together, and they had help night, which turned out to be a very great night. And that's the update I have for right now for P Hill and some updates on engagement.
Thank you. Board member questions? I just want to invite you to, I know we're having them, I just don't want them to be checkbox items, that we've had them record the information so that we can maybe send it back out via our YouTube channel. Ms. Sheila Green, I see the QR code, so after our meeting, thank you very much for that. That was great feedback. And then community councils, I know may be difficult, but invite them, because we're hearing a lot from the community, a lot. And so they don't know these, so if we could help you get that information out to have them, but if we could just direct them to the recording, that'd be perfect so that they can play it instead of us having to repeat it. Other than that.
Yeah, I was going to say, we can have our resource coordinators as well. They attend the community council meetings, so they can help spread the word as well.
Yeah, and direct them to our YouTube channel where it's already there. You all already said the information one time, so
Yes, ma'am.
you don't have to say it over. But thank you for that. I appreciate it. Any other questions, comments, concerns? I know it's getting late. Everybody's running out of gas. Thank you. Our final topic is our joint city CPS meeting. The vice mayor, who we normally take over the Healthy Neighborhoods Committee meeting, is very eager to get another meeting on. So she asked for November. The date proposed is November the 20th. So please mark your calendars. We would like a quorum. We've already heard from some, but please respond back to Ms. Phyllis. She needs to know. We haven't decided on the time. Their time is 5:30, but I know one of our members needs a 6:30, but they didn't get back in touch with us yet about that one. So, Board Member Matt, please present your resolution regarding enrollment in neighborhood elementary schools.
Yes, so we have discussed within the policy committee about enrollment in neighborhood elementary schools, and there were two recommendations made in terms of just changing some of the details within the policy. One from the administration with language that suggests that we remove the computerized lottery process, as the superintendent and administration have shared that this language has been quite confusing to many of our parents and constituents, so ultimately wanting to make it reference what our current practices are, which is around the selection process. So that was the administrative change. And then lastly, for us to make changes pertaining to language, or adding language to make sure that anything pertaining to enrollment is equitable within our district, and that we will review this as a board as well as the administration on an annual basis. So that is those are the revisions made to the policy, and I submit this resolution to be approved.
Any questions?
Second.
Well, I was having a discussion, y'all. Any discussion around it? Vice President Bowman?
I have a question about the enrollment piece regarding the priority. Is that's part of the proposed policy, right? The order. Two things. I know a couple of years ago, we talked about the problem of using the word sibling. For many of our families, it isn't necessarily a sibling, but it is a member of a family. Maybe it's a cousin, or maybe it's, another relative. And so I always it's like using the word caregiver instead of parent or something. I think it looks more inclusive. But I understand that we're using sibling and have been in the past, but I know that that's been a previous discussion of expanding that term. The other question I have is that I don't see any priority given, and it's not necessarily been the case, but I don't see a priority given to staff member children in the enrollment piece. Did I not read it right, or?
No, I think you raise a good point, and I think that, and I'll speak to Superintendent Murphy about this, but I do believe that it's referenced, and maybe Dan can speak to this, I do think it's referenced in another one of our policies around the staff piece. Definitely, just to go back to the sibling piece, is it the recommendation for us to add sibling or family members to?
I would prefer that, but that's just one person. I just
Right.
remember we've had that discussion because of the nature of some of our relationships.
Council Hoyne, we're on 5120.
Can I respond for a second?
Yes,
too?
Board Member
Just,
Lynn.
I mean, if you look at the red line, none of the criteria here are new.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's no substantive change to what the criteria are. Dan will correct me if I'm wrong. The feedback from the administration was that the computerized lottery language was more unhelpful than helpful. We had a robust discussion about why a random lottery might still matter. And so you'll notice at the very end that we added this piece around an annual review, that the criteria are operating in such a way that the results feel fair. But there's been no substantive change to any of the other criteria, I think.
Nothing to add. That's the reason for the change.
So are you proposing to say sibling or family member? I know you
prefer
brought that, okay?
And since this is when the whole board gets to chime in, unless we go to the policy meeting, I know we've talked about that before. Certainly, I would like to see that. But if, you know.
Well, okay, so
And
sibling,
then also, I am not seeing any priority given to staff members.
So again, the priorities for enrollment have not changed at all. They continue to
understand
exist,
that.
yeah.
you're saying you want to add that. Is
Is
it ever listed anywhere, Dan?
It is.
It
It's
is.
listed
Okay.
in the high school enrollment policy, in the magnet enrollment policy,
Okay.
and in the open enrollment
But
policy.
not in neighborhood schools. And more than once, I've seen staff members' children show up at Hyde Park, Kilgore, and other places. Now, I'm just saying, do staff members have any, and it is based upon whether or not there's seats. We've had that discussion. Or whether or not they live in the district. I'm just saying, in this enrollment piece, I don't see any priority given at neighborhood enrollment, at the enrollment for staff members.
Are you saying
And
you
this is
think
for-
there should be?
She just wants, actually, what I'm hearing her say, because it already exists, is that she wants it repeated.
It's been
here.
practiced.
Because it exists already, correct?
It is
So-
practice and it's in the open enrollment, but that
But
could
she just
be-
needs it to be
we could
repeated
confirm
here.
that,
But it's
yeah.
not in this one.
So
And your point being, just to make sure I understand, that staff members' children have priority, staff members who live out of district children have priority over
Out of the
non-staff members.
neighborhood, well, for a neighborhood school, you know, it'd be outside the neighborhood
Sure.
attendance boundaries. That would be one area.
That they just get that priority, and that is
They could be the
absolutely
last
practice.
ones on the totem pole. I
Yeah,
don't care.
I
mean, it's not
understand.
I'm not trying to put them above anybody
Got
else,
it.
but the reality is that has happened and does happen.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with, again, it's already referenced in other areas of the policy. As Board Member Lindy spoke about, there's not much, significant change to the policy. So I think that it can complement what is already outlined in other said policies. So thank you for raising that. Again, I'm okay with moving forward with making those additions.
I'm not sure I'm quite there yet.
Okay, I understand.
I want to, and if this is going to be a lengthy discussion, I'm happy to take this back to policy committee.
Great. I'm all in favor.
But I think because I think where my confusion is that if I'm a staff member and I live in CPS, all these rules already apply to me.
But I think she just wants it repeated to
Those
state.
two, but.
yeah, she's just saying it's in the policy, but it's just not written here. She just wants it repeated here, what is already in existence.
Just to be consistent, and I would agree. I think it should be stated there.
That's it. I
But
don't
this is
think it needs.
specifically for out-of-district, or outside the neighborhood attendance area.
Yeah, I'm one vote. My vote would be that because we have not talked about this in policy with the relevant people, we'll take it back.
Okay, so then we're gonna just pull this.
That's fine.
And not make the additions. And then we'll see this again next month.
Can I inquire,
yes, ma'am.
before we move on, and I know Board Member Craig wants to say something
sorry.
as well. But to the family member piece, you talked about sibling and family members. They are obviously within that household. Is that what you're referencing?
Ideally, household would make complete sense to me, but actually, I'm thinking even in terms of cousin. I mean, this has come up any number of times. We have in reality, we have a great expansive circle of family in this district that is different than just sibling.
Right.
And I think that would be helpful to families. Yeah, there's always a month we get, well, this kid's here and that kid's there. And we've seen the difference of kids, we transport, like you'd mentioned a few years ago, transporting kids if they're going to Magna, but we don't transport them if they want to go to a different neighborhood. I just think we just need more not equitable, but more equal treatment and more inclusive language. But I think it's great to take it back.
Yeah, well, we'll be
Well, I
meeting on
think-
the 14th.
For that, we should be taking it back
Yeah,
because
for-
I see a potential abuse of
Yeah,
that.
Yep.
In that,
that's what I was about to say.
mom and dad are separated, but in two households, but you got the step kids and everybody and the brother in another household. How do we know that? So I just think we could be going way down a rabbit hole. I'm fine with household member, but I don't know if
Yeah,
I'm
in the
fine with,
household,
defining sibling, because I think that's way beyond our business. But Board Member Craig.
I'm just going to say, I think taking it back to policy committee, I think it's a good step to just review as to whether or not these priorities should remain. I would note, though, that we are kind of currently in the process of enrollment now. And so I think one of the things I would be paying attention to is if there is any expected reliance in this school year on a policy change, that could potentially have an effect on whether or not someone says, I want to have my kid at X or have my kid at Y school. So, and then I was going to add just similar thoughts around family member. And the reason I say this is because my understanding is the point of having the sibling part was that if you had two kids who reside in the same household who would therefore be caring for each other and or traveling together, that was the point of giving the sibling priority, as opposed to not necessarily saying because they know each other and they're at the same school kind of deal, even though they're maybe going to completely different two parts of the city. So I think maybe just in policy, having a conversation around why some of the priorities exist, and then that may help us also guide what the redefined language might be. So it might be like co-residents or, a family member is a co-resident or whatever, because of this purpose, may be helpful.
Yeah,
Okay, you guys got some charging orders?
yeah.
All right, well, we'll draw this for now, and then we will keep it moving. We're almost there. Any assignments? I know Vice President Bolton, you made one. You want to repeat it?
That the administration review the bus stops that are associated both east and west with Pleasant Hill Academy.
One point of order.
Sure.
This is what I was thinking of bringing up earlier and didn't for the sake of time, but it's come up now like 5 times, so I feel like I have to. Board members can't make assignments. The board makes assignments. For an assignment, that's why you can only make an assignment in a public meeting, because it has to be affirmed by a majority of the board. So there are no individual board member, one board
has to
member
agree with it.
cannot direct the superintendent. So it is often practice for a board member to offer an assignment, and when there is
If
no
it
objection
pleases.
to it, it is adopted. But I got nervous about the Google document instructions from one board member to a superintendent. That's not actually the way the governance works. So if, just as a language matter, it is the board's assignment. And just as we go forward, I wanted to remind folks of that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the clarification. I think that I was clear on that, but usually it's a board member that has an inquiry, and if there are no objections, it becomes an assignment. So I think everybody was pretty clear that it is generated probably by one board member, and we can vote on them if we need to, but I don't think we typically need to do that. But the document that is going around is a collection of all of the assignments that are placed from the board meetings or from emails that have been generated regarding those assignments, regarding clarification that you've done. And they are in one document, and I've asked that the board member who made that inquiry, that I'm calling an assignment, is responsible for ensuring that their inquiry has been responded to appropriately. So I'm using the word assignment, but I thought everyone knew what I meant by that. So hopefully
If it
that's clear.
pleases the board.
All of this is if it pleases the board. So does anybody need any clarity? I'm saying the word assignment, but I hope everybody understands where we're going. So any other board-driven assignments spoken by one person? I did make a board-driven assignment and asked that we receive attendance data and transportation information regarding all of our schools and the kids that are tardy, so that we can see how Metro is doing around that. I think we've asked for that previously, but I'd like for that to be so that we can kind of see what routes are good and what routes are bad, needing attention. Anything else by anyone else? All right, so a proposed consent agenda has been distributed. I have some questions and want to pull the treasurer's report. So I just have a couple questions about contracts. I'll try to be brief. There was a question around the contract for the RFP group that I had some questions around for the award for that group. Teaching lab. I kind of wanted a little bit more clarification because it looks like that particular contract, it says, it read like it was for multi-year, but is that $350,000?
It's for 1 year.
Okay, I just had some questions around that. It says that, they were going to be providing PD curriculum implementation and delivery for the teachers and the staff. That just seemed like a significant amount of money to me, and I just wanted to get some further. 1 year for $350,000, so then next year, because it's a multi-year contract, is it an additional $350,000?
We had an assignment given to us during the budget approval process around curriculum implementation. So let's say that was agreed upon in July. So by the time we did the RFP, am I wrong? Am I doing wrong? Oh, the scoring was rather intense and took a little longer than I thought it may have taken. And so we are just now, and then we got down to 2 finalists of the 24 that we originally had. And so we had a presentation by the 2 finalists. Then after the presentation, we had additional questions, you can imagine. And so we are only now being able to get to the point where we have been able to select the teaching lab, and only are just now being able to bring it to you for your approval.
Thank you for that. I understand the timeline. I guess I'm confused around the amount, and it sounds as if it reads it's $350,000 for 1 year, and it's a multi-year contract, so that should read the total amount, and they're charging $350,000. It's very ambiguous there, and I just have a concern around that. I don't know, in the budget crisis, if it's PD for teachers and staff, is there no way that we had any other option to do that a little bit more cost efficiently, other than, $1 million?
The assignment was to invest the $350,000 in someone who could assist us with this work. So, yes, it has taken us a little longer than I had wanted it to take, but this is where we are right now.
I get it.
Yes,
I'm going to
ma'am.
just express my concern. I am not in support of that because the $350,000 is not even starting until a whole year. So that just seems exorbitant to me. So I just want to get all my questions out, and then I will, and then you can answer them. But that was just one with regard to, and since the CFT president brought that up, I thought I would say like, okay, I too have a question about that. Page 9 has, it says for, I'm all for our athletic department, but it seemed like the wording in there was confusing. It says pay, P2, it's for Withrow. It said $10,000, but then it says, the wording says the blanket cannot exceed $5,000. So one of those two needs to be adjusted so that it's accurately reflecting what it's supposed to be, 5 or 10. It's page 9 for P2603171. The wording said cannot exceed 5, but the amount was 10. So I was like, that doesn't seem very clear. I want them to get whatever they need. Either the wording needs to say 10 or it needs to be down to 5. For Teach for America, it says contract pending. What does that mean? Are we approving an amount, or you're going to tell us at a later date that what the contract amount should be?
So for the first one, for the forward board information, the amount would be $10,000.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't show in the treasurer's report if it was under that amount.
So for
There was a
the,
typo in the description.
okay, I gotcha. I just didn't want them to think that they had more and they don't because the wording says this. That's what I was wondering. The Teach for America just didn't have it says contract pending, and everything else had numbers, and that was interesting to me. Hamilton County Educational Service Center, there's multiple additions to them, and I'm concerned about the wording. It says on one for data coach, for 1 year, it's additional to what we just approved for them for June, and they're asking again. The original was approved like a couple months ago, and now they're needing extra money. I have concerns around paying for data coaches, and I'm wondering what's the rationale for that. Again, I just am wondering about it.
Is this one, Dr. Moffitt, for Roberts?
Yes, ma'am, Roberts, and they have another one for Gamble.
It could possibly be that with the transition of principals, they're just getting to allocating title dollars.
Could be. I mean, schools are making decisions on their title dollars, even at this point, and sometimes when you have a certain amount of money available and you can't afford a staff member, what a decision is to bring in a contractor or amend a contract. The other question, just to go back, the Teach for America, that's under the then and nows. And so what's pending is the invoice number. So what that's showing is that a requisition is in process. That's going to be a then and now, but we don't have the invoice yet. So you'll see invoice number is pending and invoice date is pending because we're not in that part of the process. But it does need to be approved as a then and now.
Gotcha. And then my last one was around on page 6 for the kitchen remodel. So it says Hubert Company for an amendment again for the kitchen remodel. And I was just kind of confused around, that's coming from food services, but is that money that we're paying, or is that just money that food services is covering and it's not impacting the district?
It is from food services, and it's from Fund 6, which is kind of this free and reduced lunch fund. So part of the money is available to be used for things like upgrading a kitchen, remodeling a kitchen, doing those things. And you'll see fairly often, especially recently, as we've reconfigured schools, as we've brought new schools online as we made those sort of modifications. You'll see a lot of equipment as well as some remodeling services. And we have an amazing amount of food services equipment across the district. Just because I know, because we look at the amount of assets that we track. I mean, luckily, and I think the second time we said this today, is our student dining services program is so efficient that they're actually able to really be self-funding. One of the things people don't realize is that a lot of school districts have to do a transfer every year from general fund to the food services fund to make up any deficits. We haven't had to do that as long as I can remember. And really, it's a credit to that staff.
Okay.
And Mr. Burkhart's team, that we're able to provide this, as well as some other additional services, and be able to do these upgrades to our facilities and to our equipment.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I think, well, Board Member Lundy.
I really wanted to start by saying thank you to the superintendent for following through on the process from the budget. I think the way you stated that was exactly right, and this has been a long time in the works, and I appreciate it. I was late to the meeting tonight because of a family commitment, and so I missed the hearing of the public. I'm just doing my best context clues, but was the CFT president not supportive of the $350,000?
I think our commentary was similar to what Dr. Moffitt is saying about the timeline and the amount.
Were they invited to the review process?
Yes, sir.
Did they participate in the review process?
Yes.
Was this the group that they were supportive of?
They never answered that.
They did not answer. Okay, thank you. I just want to say I appreciate all the hard work. Thanks very much.
I'm not exactly sure how we bring you in to this particular, you can come up and just make a comment, Lord Jesus. Like, now this time you do have a minute, like a 2-minute stoppage.
So we had two vendors that came in and talked to us about how they could help with implementation of curriculum. The second vendor was this teaching lab. Their idea was, and it was in the RFP, that only 23% of our teachers are using curriculum, which I said to them, that is not accurate information because it was not really used. It was not district-wide, and it was in some schools. So it wasn't accurate data. But what I'm saying is that this is $350,000 for when they begin in December or later this month, which we're going to be off, till the end of the school year. Testing is in March. This is not going to make a difference this year. Both groups said this is not work that can be done quickly. Both groups said it takes 3 to 5 years to make a difference once they come in, which means they're going to need a multi-year contract if we're going to make a difference. To all of the teachers, we already have some of this going on in our district. You've seen data on it already tonight. And to spend $350,000 for one semester, that isn't going to make a difference. When we need teachers and we're short classrooms, how can we spend that kind of money and how can we justify that when it's going to be, how much is it going to be for a full year for year 2 and a full year for year 3 and a full year for year 4? It will be twice as much. This is only to go into 6 schools. That's all that they could get an agreement on. And really, those schools were not really that supportive of this either. We did not really see a real scope of work when we met with them. We met with them once. We had a meeting, but it was not anything that was a scope of work that any teachers felt like it was going to be anything that was going to be beneficial. And it's spending money that we need for other services for our students. Every single day, teachers don't have copy clicks. They don't have their instructional supplies. They don't have enough classrooms.
Okay.
Now, and we're going to spend money on a vendor from outside. It's ridiculous.
So thank you for that context. I just wanted a little bit more context around that. I felt like $350,000 was not representative. It said per year, but it was a multi-year contract, and I was questioning around what the true value of that is. So I'm just not in favor of that. Board Member Lindy.
Thanks. I said this during the budget process. I'll say it again. I think this is the single most important way we can invest money in all of CPS if the thing we want to do is improve student outcomes. It is hard work. It's going to take multiple years. I'm making no commitment to any organization beyond a first contract. I want to see how it goes. But if we don't take first steps to help the educators in our district deliver strong instruction for kids in every way we know how, we're not doing our jobs. I appreciate the research the administration has done. It has not been easy. I appreciate inviting every stakeholder to the table. And I think this is a really important first step. Again, the single best investment we can make financially to improve student outcomes is to offer help, strong help, to our teachers and our principals for how to implement the curriculum, which, by the way, we spent millions of dollars on. And so I really appreciate the administration's work. Thank you.
So it was my topic, that I'm bringing up. I don't feel comfortable. I would feel better with language that is not an automatic renewal, because we may not choose them. But I just think the way it is written is very ambiguous, and I'm not clear on what the true value of that contract is. And so that's what I don't like how that's written. It says, I'm trying to pull it really, really quickly and I can't, but it says, what page? It says, to me, it just read that we're paying a lot of money, and here it is. So it says, the evaluation team negotiated with the responders to determine the awarded vendor, okay. But it says the treasurer is authorized to enter into an agreement with the above listed supplier beginning November the 11th and shall continue until June 30th per the contract unless sooner terminated. That seems normal. After the initial term, CPS reserves the right to extend the agreement for 2 additional one-year terms. The parties understand and agree that it requires approval of the board for each year. Without such approval, the agreement is null and void. What is the contract per year? It's $350,000 but right now it's from November until June. So for 7 months, it's $350,000.
For 7 months, that's
So
correct.
then what's going to be the next contracted amount?
That would be negotiated going into next year.
That makes me uncomfortable, because we're saying we are going to, and this is for 6 schools. I just feel like I don't know if that is a good return on investment. I agree with you, Board Member Lindy, that it should be done. I'm just not certain that it has to be this particular vendor for 6 schools. So that was
The
just me.
idea around that, Dr. Moffitt, was to enter a pilot and to learn, and then we would then spread what we learned from those 6 willing schools. I will tell you that these are schools that we put it out there, this is what we want to do, and we only would consider you if you and your ILT co-chair signed off that you would be in agreement with doing this professional development.
Thank you. Board Member Gregg.
So in an effort to somewhat get us moving here on this, because I think this is part of my frustration, and then it's what I've said the last 2 meetings, that we vote on things and then we sit back here and act like we didn't vote on them. We voted to have this done as part of the budget process. We asked the superintendent to go out and find this vendor. The superintendent did a process to go identify a vendor. The vendor signed an agreement that we signed with everybody, where they say, essentially, this is the payment for a year, and that they have a right to reserve to extend past a year for an additional period of amount of time. And if we're asking them not to do that now, then again, I would say, what was the point of the vote that we did to approve the process? We keep doing this. We keep approving processes, we keep approving things to be done, and when it comes back to us, we say, don't do it anymore. Or we have problems with what we asked you to do. And it's a frustration thing for me, because I quite honestly believe we are wasting time that we do not have. Because if we're not going to do things that we sit there and say we're going to do in a meeting, then let's not vote on anything then. To be quite honest, whether this is the best vendor or not, I have no clue. I am not going to presume to put myself in the process of saying, if they got 24 vendors, went through an entire process to identify those vendors, if you don't like it, well, you don't have to vote for it. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. But what I would say is that we can't then say that we did not ask them to do this. We can't then say that we don't understand why they went and did this, because we asked them to do it. So I would just ask, if we're going to pull it and we're going to vote on whether or not to pull it from let's just do that. If we're going, because sitting here going back and fighting over whether or not a plan that, again, quite honestly, the teachers union, the CFT did not agree with when it was proposed, and they were not likely to agree with it throughout the process. Fair, they can have that opinion. That's absolutely a right to have. But if we voted to do it, if we voted to tell the superintendent to go out and get this vendor to go through this process, and we are now saying we want to go back on the thing we voted on to do, then let's put it on the paper now. Let's put it into a vote now. Because otherwise, we're just going to keep wasting time going back and forth.
So I just want to be clear. I said I was concerned about the way it's written. I'm not concerned that we should do it. I just want to know what the actual cost of it is, because for 7 months, it sounds like it's $350,000, but then for the next academic year, it could be more than that. I'm just confused on that.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
what I
but
want.
it is written, it's written kind of in our standard way, because, this will be funded using Title II funds. We have really no guarantee of what that'll look like next year, to be honest. There's talk at the federal level that those funds will be dramatically reduced. And so, one of the things the district does to protect itself is write contracts for the current fiscal year and then add in additional years at the district's discretion.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Because we cannot obligate ourselves outside of our current fiscal year.
Sure.
So
That's
yeah,
what my question
I
was.
understand what
It's
you're
just
saying
what's
about the
the true
wording.
value?
I understand the way the wording is written.
That's all. But,
Board Member Weinberg.
Board Member Weinberg.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing it up, because my question that I had after reading it and just looking at the attachment, I'm fine with us spending the money on the service. I just want to make sure that what's listed is what we're being provided. So I think you mentioned 6 schools, but on the particular breakdown, it says 10 schools. So is it 6 or is it 10? And I just want to know if it says
If we
10
can
right
still
here.
get to 10, we
So-
would like to get to 10.
And that's
But-
fine, I
yes,
just want to
ma'am.
make sure that it's exactly what's being presented.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
in here, if you read, it says that they're actually doing 10 participating schools, but then the line before says that they're offering services to 6. So is it 6 or 10? And if it's 10, then let's put 10. If it's 6, let's put 6. That's my only concern.
Yeah.
Superintendent Murphy?
Yes, ma'am. I want to be able to share with the board why I am interested in doing this at this point. I did think I was working with CFT, to be honest with you, until about a couple weeks ago. But, and we'll continue to do whatever we need to do to keep moving the district forward. But when we started the conversation around the percentage of teachers implementing the curriculum, the number that was shared was shocking to me as well. But I didn't know, honestly, if it were accurate. Because when I visit schools, it's not necessarily what I see or don't see. So when the senior leadership team, deputy and superintendents and I started to talk about what do we see, I think I knew right away we need to calibrate, and we might need some assistance in calibrating what we are seeing. So for one example, I may have gone into a classroom and there was a guest speaker that day. Perfectly acceptable, depending on what the topic is, but may not have been using the approved curriculum at that time. So what do I mark them? And is that fair? Is that reasonable? So we have had some conversations amongst ourselves as curriculum leaders in the district. What are we looking for? What does this look like, sound like, feel like? And how do we coach principals in what they too are looking for, and how to build out the time with all they have to do in a day? So at this point, I am still very much interested in this. I am only interested in doing it for up until the June period, and I want to see what they can really teach us. I did do classroom walkthrough training, and I trained in it, but that was when I was at Quebec. And I don't know if there's been any additional classroom visit training since that time. It is a lot of money, but I think it is a great investment in our people and what our people are learning in terms of being able to make sure we are delivering curriculum in the best way possible.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Mack.
Thank you, Superintendent. I think you raised some really interesting points. My question, even if for this year, if the contract is approved, what will be your plans and the administration's plans to hold the schools accountable? Right, this is something that's incentivized in a sense, but hearing that there's not support from the teachers' union, if we vote on this to be approved, what would be your plan to ensure that we're actually getting a return on our investment from approving this
I
contract?
believe that, first of all, our superintendents are on board with making sure that this is going to happen and it's going to work. And as I said, we had principals sign off saying, this is what I'm raising my hand to do this. We're not saying you have to do this. We want it to work. I will tell you, my plan is to keep CFT informed on our progress. I wish they would walk the journey with us, but if not, administratively, we're still going to do this. We're doing it anyway. We're going into classrooms, we're visiting, we're giving feedback. Why not look at if there's a better way for us to do this, or a more efficient, or a more 22nd century way for us to do this?
Thank you.
Okay, well, I am, like I said, I brought this up because I was concerned about the language and how some of the words are different than what is written. I brought up the Withrow example, so I was just looking through. I'm still concerned about what the actual cost of it is, but again, I'm one vote. I'm not opposed to us doing it, just one vote. Any other questions about the treasurer's report or any other report in the consent agenda?
I'm happy to motion that we adopt the consent agenda.
Well, I know we're going to have some exceptions. I know this. I'm waiting on the two people with the exceptions to speak up. So that really wasn't for you, Ben. That was kind of like a hurry up and give me the exceptions. I know you were. Thank you. And I'm going to put that on hold because it's coming. Board Member Mapp and Board Member Weinberg, this was really for you.
I can go first.
There you go.
So on the super recommendation, page 24, line 11, and page 27, line 28. That's it.
Thank you for the email.
All right, page 4, line item 1. Page 7, line items 19 and 20. Page 9, line item 10. And leave page 11. Yes.
Is that it?
Is that Superintendent Rex or Treasurer's report?
I'm sorry, treasurer's report.
Thank you.
Seeing none, Board Member Lindy, it's on you now,
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
with the exceptions.
Second.
Great. All right.
Let's take a roll call, Mr. Gaston.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Crossett?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Mrs. Weinberg?
Yes.
Vice President Bolden?
Yes.
President Moffett?
Yes. So I think we've reviewed all of the board approved assignments, and I will entertain very gladly a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Everybody, my